Okay.
Thank you.
Anything from the defense before I bring the jury out?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. Sure. Did he catch some problems from his employer? Okay.
Thank you.
Just wanted to get rid of the cut.
It's okay.
DeKeel, the first name? Okay. Genevieve. Last name's DeKeel, Dekiel.
It helps my core reporting get your diction, so that's why I do it. Okay?
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. DeKeel.
Morning.
Where are you currently employed?
I work for Columbus Inpatient Care. It's a hospitalist-based group out of Columbus, Ohio. We're contracted with 3 hospitals, including Mount Carmel, now Grove City East, and a rehab hospital in Westerville.
And what's your position there?
I'm a hospitalist. I round in the hospital, and that's my sole position.
And how did you come to be in that position, starting with your undergraduate?
Undergrad was at Florida State University. Florida State University.
Okay. Help us a little bit. Doctors tend to talk faster than most people. It's okay.
Okay.
One of those things. So bear with us a little bit. She's trying to record what's being said. Okay?
I forgot she's writing everything. So Florida State University, biology major, chemistry minor, and then I went to medical school at Ross University, and then I did my residency at Mount Carmel, what was Mount Carmel West Hospital, for 3 years in internal medicine, and then I went straight to work as an internist, hospitalist is my title, at Mount Carmel.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a hospitalist currently and since you started at Mount Carmel?
Okay, so I work like a primary care doctor, what you would see your internist or your family med, but I'm internal medicine trained. So I work like an internist just in the hospital. My job would be admitting patients through the emergency department, taking care of patients that have already been admitted to the hospital floor, and discharging patients once they're ready to go home. And we provide 24/7 care, so my shifts vary between daytime, evening, or overnight.
Would you be what's called an attending physician?
Yes.
Can you explain what that means?
Attending physician just means that I graduated residency, just simple as that. I'm a full-fledged doctor,
Okay.
if you will.
And as part of your responsibilities of admitting patients and discharging patients, do you prepare death certificates?
I do.
Do you prepare discharge summaries?
I do.
Okay. What types of things do you do in order to prepare those documents?
I'll start with the discharge summary. Discharge summary is every patient needs one when they're leaving the hospital. So I'll go through my first step is last progress note. This is my practice, I take the top part called the impression from the discharge summary and essentially copy and paste that into my discharge summary and add on to it. So I'll go through the last few progress notes from the consultants that are on, any special or brief notes that have happened, and do a quick recap of the last few days or the full summary of what happened during the hospital, as well as the problem list, all the diagnoses that the patient's been diagnosed with during the hospital stay, the first one being the most immediate or why they were hospitalized, and a medication list at discharge, so that way the primary care doctor can pick up where I left off, and then anything that needs to be followed up on, so the primary care doctor it can be flagged for that person.
And what if the patient dies in the hospital? Do you still write a discharge summary?
Yes, every patient needs a discharge summary. It's one of the requirements.
And do you do anything different when preparing a discharge summary for someone who's deceased?
It may be a little bit faster just because the primary care doctor doesn't need to follow up on anything. So I'll still take that impression from the last progress note if the patient's been there for a while, and then just summarize saying what happened to lead to that person's demise.
Now let's talk about the death certificate. What do you do to prepare the death certificate?
Death certificate would be the time of death and the most immediate cause for what that patient died from. So I'll look over usually my last progress note and see why the patient was there, what happened for that death to occur, whether it was a cardiac arrest in the hospital, for example, and use an educated as to why that person died.
What do you mean by educated guess?
So going through all of the problems of why the person came, using my example as a cardiac arrest in the hospital. If a cardiac arrest happened, it could be a sudden cardiac death. I can use that as one of my problem list. If the patient was there for an infection, I might say, let's say, for example, severe sepsis due to urinary tract infection as my most immediate cause. But whatever the patient was admitted for, and then what happened during the hospital stay that led to that person's death. Does that make sense?
I believe so. So you start with what they're admitted for, you said?
Yes.
And then you look through the notes?
And it might evolve. So the person might come in with one thing and die of another, but it's whatever happened that led to that person's death. That would be the first thing on the death certificate.
Okay. And is it ever the case that you will fill out a discharge summary or death certificate without ever meeting the patient?
A handful of times, yes. It doesn't happen often.
What situation would that occur in?
Where I would have to fill out a death certificate for somebody I've never actually laid hands on. If somebody came in to the hospital and I was supposed to do an admission of that patient and the person died before I was able to even go and see the patient just based on my rounding and patient load, there's sometimes less than half of a handful of times that I haven't been able to actually lay hands on somebody that has died. I'm assuming you're getting into this example.
So, well, first of all, do you admit patients into the emergency room?
Yes. Patients that come onto the floor would either be through the emergency department or a direct admission from home or from a doctor's office if they're stable. If they're unstable, everybody goes through the emergency department. And then I would admit through the emergency department.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. For the record, I'm showing
There's some. Here.
all right, I am showing,
Hold on.
sorry. All right, I am, for the record, showing the witness States Exhibit 7B and 7C. Could you take a look at these for me, please? And just tell me what it is that I'm showing you. Starting with 7B.
7B is my discharge. Oh, actually, it's my discharge summary. It's my history and physical stapled together.
And for what patient?
Mrs. Jeremiah Hodge.
And what's the admission discharge date there?
The admission and discharge date are for the same day. It's April 1st, 2018.
Okay. I'll take that back from you.
Sure.
Can you please tell me what 7C is?
7C is a medication administration record of 2 medications.
And is this for the same patient?
It is.
And
Mrs.
during the
Jeremiah.
same time?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall treating this patient?
I don't.
Okay. After looking at the discharge summary and everything, can you recall what happened with this patient?
Yes. Sorry, I guess I have to backtrack. I vaguely remember the situation. And then reviewing the records, yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, do you care if I publish the history and physical? Okay.
It's not working well with me. I guess the first spot can guess the second. Looks like it's on the screens.
If it's easier, Your Honor, I can just have the witness read it to herself and then
No,
explain.
as I explained to the jury yesterday, they're coming in Friday to fix all the little problems here. We're going to be dealing with this all day. I'd rather take a couple minutes now.
Okay.
Do you have it turned on there?
It's on the TV screens on these. But I
Work
don't,
up there first, and then
Yeah, and then
stopped
it-
working there and started working on the street, so it's traded off.
Are you actually able to see the doc
on the
on the
tables.
screen?
Yeah.
Because it's not on mine up here.
It's not.
Dun, dun, dun. This one's on me, guys. Since we're going to be using it all day, we might as well solve the problem now.
What's that?
More than normal. We've checked early. I just,
And it's Paul.
Good morning.
Good morning. It just doesn't seem like a morning without seeing you.
You know what they say about a day without sunshine?
Yeah. Okay, that's your new nickname, Sunshine. You picked it. You got it. Looks like it's got something going on up there. I brought the screen down from up here,
Good.
and we had like private show up on there a couple times.
That's a good thing.
Well, it's just not getting it as home yet, but break, it'll start working. When we work without it, he'll bring the TV in, we'll hook it up for the jury so that you can show directly off the pad.
All right.
Okay? Thank you, Paul. Sunshine.
Your Honor, may I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and just show you the history and physical. That way you can read it real quick to refresh your memory. Sure. Once you've done that, just go ahead and hand it back to me.
But it's concerning because it sounds like it's coming from behind that door.
Okay. Thank you. Does that help you to recall this patient?
I mean, I have to be honest, it was Jackie.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Can I suggest some 3M oil?
Sorry, folks.
It'll just take them a minute. That way you guys can see what they're talking about. And you were worried about getting your steps in today? I know. He retires in 13 days, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm surprised where he's as nice as he is now.
I'm surprised I can get up and down.
Are you able to see that, doctor?
Yeah. Am I allowed to move to the end? Yeah,
Yeah.
this is good.
Just
Okay.
whenever you get away from the mic, you just gotta be a little directional.
Yeah, you can't see it in the corner.
Sorry.
You might be able to blow it up a little bit.
Does that help at all?
Could you move back in front?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. Thank you.
Is that all right? All right. And is this the document I showed you just a moment ago?
Can you show the top part? Sorry. Yes.
And can you tell me just this top part here? Is this your entire discharge summary right there on the top?
This is, I will admit, this is a lazy version of a discharge summary, just basically because I've already said everything that needed to be said in the history and physical on my admission paperwork. So this is rather than reiterating the same thing and copying and pasting an entire portion, this is me just saying refer to the H&P.
Okay.
It's lazy.
Okay. And you say H&P, what do you mean by that?
Sorry. H&P is history and physical. Every patient that comes through the hospital, admitted to the hospital, needs a history and physical and a discharge summary.
All right. Is this the history and physical for that same patient?
Yes.
For that same admission date and discharge date?
Yes.
And you read through this just a moment ago, correct? Could you give me a summary as to what happened with this patient?
Yes. She was I think she was 57. I apologize. 57, Miss Jeremiah Hodge. She came into the hospital in full cardiac arrest. She was walking out to the car with family, and she suddenly passed out and lost pulse. Someone, I don't know the details, but someone, a bystander of some sort, started doing chest compressions on her while 911 was called. When EMS arrived, she had no pulse. They took over care, and they brought her to the hospital. She was still in cardiac arrest, meaning no pulse, when she arrived to the hospital, actively doing chest compressions. After a series of medications, continued chest compressions, she got a pulse back, and they did an EKG to see if anything was awry, and she had an ST elevation myocardial infarction, and big word, just means heart attack, but the type that needs to emergently go to a heart catheterization to see if there's any blockages in her heart. So a STEMI alert was called, an ST elevation MI alert was called. The cardiologist came to the hospital, brought her to the heart catheterization lab, and they did a heart catheterization. They sprayed dye in her heart to see if there's any lesions or blockages that would amount to what happened to her, and they didn't find any. They just found a whole bunch of old changes, but nothing that was lack of any blood flow that would cause a heart attack. She still had a pulse at this point. They brought her to the ICU, the intensive care unit, and in the intensive care unit, she lost her pulse again. A code blue was called, where pharmacy, nursing staff, all the ancillary staff that you need during a code blue to attend to a patient came. Still doing chest compressions, and I think eventually they got a pulse back, and she was on a ventilator with all full-blown life support. And Dr. Husel had a conversation with the family about her poor prognosis, and the family decided to withdraw care, and that's when she was taken off the ventilator and had passed. And all of this happened without me seeing the patient.
So you had zero contact with this
No,
patient?
this is me just summarizing what happened during her brief, very brief hospital stay. This all happened in a series of maybe less than 2 hours, I believe.
So you wrote this discharge summary, correct?
Yes.
And if you didn't see this patient, how did you know what to write in the discharge summary?
I reviewed the notes, and between the emergency department notes, the squad notes that are scanned into the computer, the heart catheterization notes, the note from the cardiologist, and then notes from the ICU, either a brief note from the nursing staff or Dr. Husel's notes. And my job is to summarize at that point because I hadn't seen the patient.
Did you review the entire medical record from this patient?
Define entire, I mean, no.
Page 1 to page...
No, I would have no time to do that.
And did you review the medication administration record for this patient as part of your discharge preparation?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay, and why not?
It's not part of my, I would have nothing to gain from reviewing a medication administration record, the MAR. I would have nothing to gain from that.
And why do you say you would have nothing to gain from that?
Because she had passed, and my job is to summarize her hospital stay up until that point, and it's not my normal practice to review the MAR when I go through and do a discharge summary, just because it's relatively low yield. I have nothing, there would be no addition to my discharge summary based on that.
All right, and did you prepare the death certificate for Ms. Hodge?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand the witness State's Exhibit 18G. Can you go ahead and tell me what this is, please?
It's the death certificate for Mrs. Jeremiah Hodge.
And did you prepare this?
I did.
And did you sign off on it?
I did.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish? I don't believe there's any objections from defense.
No, we stipulated too early.
All right. So I'm showing 18G. And is this the death certificate that I just showed you?
It is.
And what is the cause of death that you list here?
Multi-organ failure.
And can you tell me the difference between the multi-organ failure that you put here and then the two other things below that?
Yeah, so I have to put in this, once again, it's an educated guess as to what happened. So my first diagnosis on a death certificate is what likely led to her demise as reviewing the records. And then it's due to, if I can come up with reasons or rationale, or secondary to. So multi-organ failure would be exactly what it says. It would be multiple organs have shut down because of. And then in her case, it would be because of cardiopulmonary arrest, the prolonged arrest that she had, where she was without a pulse for, I would have to count out how long it took for her to get to the emergency department when she lost her pulse outside the hospital, including the ones that happened in the hospital, and then probably due to, and this is all a best guess based on her labs that I have.
And why couldn't you just put cardiopulmonary address?
Because it's
Or
always,
arrest, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's because it's due to something. So cardiopulmonary arrest doesn't just happen. I could put sudden cardiac death. I could have put that, but she had other things that I could go off of based off of her labs, I suppose.
Are there requirements of what you have to put in the death certificate?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
There's a whole published what you can and cannot write on death certificates. If something is due to something, you can't put it as your primary. I'm not really sure how I can explain that better.
So there are general restrictions on what you can and cannot put
Yes.
on a death certificate?
Yes.
What happens if you don't follow those?
It gets rejected and it comes back to me. So this is done online and it's very easy for me to do it. If you see it handwritten, the handwritten ones mean that somebody actually handwrote it and then submitted it to the funeral home, and then it goes to wherever it goes from there. But then it can be rejected and come back to me saying, no, it needs to say due to something. This makes it very easy since it's the electronic death registry system, and I can type out why the patient died and submit it right then and there, and then it automatically gets rejected and says, no, you need to write something different. So a lot of this is done for me. I mean, I have had some get rejected and I have to reinvent the wheel of why I think the patient died.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Lapidus?
Do you want me to leave him up here?
Court, counsel. Morning, everyone. Morning. All right. Is it Dekiel?
Dekiel.
Perfect. My last name gets butchered all the time. First thing I'm going to do is make sure I'm going to do it to you. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Let's start off with the date in which you did these records for Miss Hodge.
Okay.
That was in April of 2018, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, in your role as a hospitalist at Mount Carmel, or with all these other hospitals, you see a large number of patients,
Yes.
especially between 2018 and now.
Yes.
Is it a fair assumption to say that absent having reviewed these records with the prosecution, you didn't have an independent memory of anything about Ms. Hodge?
Yes.
Okay. And then I believe after even reviewing the records, you said that you vaguely remember what had happened, right?
I remember I remember the evening, and I remember code blue going off, and that's all I remember. Otherwise, I have lots of patients that I have to also see, and yes.
Let's get into medical records. You'd agree with me that medical records and the things that are put in them are extremely important, right?
Yes.
Every progress note is important, right?
Yes.
Every consultation,
Yes.
every history and physical,
Yes.
every discharge summary.
Yes.
And they're important because they're relied upon by a number of people, right?
Yes.
The patients, if they are getting discharged and haven't passed away, they rely on that, right?
Yes.
Their primary care physicians can rely on that, right?
Yes.
Other doctors rely on it. they're so important that even on direct, you mentioned that death certificates have a whole, I think you mentioned a book of policies where they can reject things if they're not done appropriately, right?
Yes.
And that just shows just how important these records and the death certificates are to everyone involved in these patients' care, right?
Yes.
Now, I understand you testified that it's not your typical practice to review the medical administration record, the MAR, right?
Yes.
But if you chose to, nothing would have prevented you from doing so, right?
No.
In fact, every medication she received is in her electronic medical record, which is accessible to you, right?
Yes.
Nothing's hidden there, right?
Nothing's hidden, no.
So everything that Dr. Husel did with Jeremiah Hodge was completely transparent to every physician, employee, nurse, pharmacist, anyone that had access to the electronic medical record of Mount Carmel, correct?
Yes.
Nothing hidden whatsoever.
No, nothing would be hidden.
Now, I understand that in preparing your history and physical and the discharge summary that you reviewed, you gave a long list there. I was trying to write it. The ICU notes, code blue notes, all kinds of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, yes. I said,
For Sam's sake, doesn't really translate on a transcript.
She
Got it.
caught herself. She's okay.
All right. Now, let's get into the history and physical, which I believe is State's Exhibit 7B. You have to forgive me. I have to walk back and forth to make sure this whole thing is on there. Okay. Did everyone see?
Do you have a question?
I just want to make sure everyone can see it.
Okay, well,
It's
that's
hard without the screen to know what's...
Move on.
All right. Now let's go piece by piece of this. I know you gave a summary on direct examination, but I want to get a little bit more specific about some things you put in your history and physical.
okay.
Now first, you noted that she had a history of hypertension. That's high blood pressure, correct?
Correct.
Dyslipidemia, that's a cholesterol problem, right?
Correct.
CAD with stents, that means that she has a history of coronary artery disease, right?
Correct.
In fact, coronary artery disease is so severe that it required stenting to continue to remove blockage in her heart,
Previous stenting, yes.
indicating that she had had a history
Yes.
of heart problems so severe it required medical intervention at prior dates, correct?
Yes.
Now, that's the history she had prior to what happened where she had that first heart attack, correct?
Correct.
Now, when she arrived, she was found to be astolic. That meant she had no pulse, right?
Flatlined, yes.
Flatlined. And she was given 2 milligrams of epinephrine and remained without pulse with active chest compressions. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would have to review or go off of it because I don't remember the details, but yes, that's what I wrote, yes.
Okay. So epinephrine is a form of life support, correct?
Yes,
It's intended to bring your heart back.
yes,
And regardless of that first round of life support on the first heart attack, she still had no pulse and they were actively beating her chest as she was brought to the hospital.
correct.
Now, she's then given another milligram of epinephrine, 1 amp, is that correct?
Ampule,
Of bicarbonate and calcium gluconate. That's also life support, right?
yes,
So just to keep count, first heart attack, 2 doses of forms of life support, right?
What do you mean by 2 forms of life support?
The first time she received epinephrine, 2 milligrams, right? Mm-hmm. Still had no pulse.
I'm sorry, yes.
And then the second time she gets 1 milligram of epinephrine, she gets bicarbonate and calcium gluconate, right?
Yes,
So the first attempt to revive her with a form of life support didn't work and a second round was initiated, correct?
yes.
Okay. So,
Just to clarify though, there would be 3 rounds of advanced life support at this point. It says every round will get 1 milligram of epinephrine.
Okay.
So if you count out the epinephrines, that would tell you how many so-called rounds of life support. If you're using life support, I'm using, life support would work. We'll use that term.
please feel free to correct me. So we're at first heart attack, 3 rounds of life support then, right?
Yes.
All right. She then regains her pulse, but is found to be hypotensive, right?
Yes.
And then the pressors are started. Pressors are vasopressors, correct?
Vasopressors, yes.
And that's intended to keep her blood pressure elevated enough for her to live.
Essentially, yes. It clamps down on blood vessels that you don't need to survive and shunts that blood to vital organs that you absolutely need to survive if your blood pressure is low.
Okay, so keeping count, we're still at first heart attack, 4 different rounds of life support at this point, right?
I don't want to say heart attack because a heart attack implies that there's a blockage of some sort, and I don't know if there's a blockage of some sort at this point. She has no pulse for some reason, but I don't want to say heart attack because I don't know if it's an actual heart attack.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Her heart is not working.
There you go.
She's
Okay.
had 4 rounds of life support at this point.
An arrest.
Okay. It's okay. One of the things is you both want to talk at the same time. I got to avoid that.
My husband says that too. Arrest is what the term I would use.
Okay. First round of arrest,
There you go.
4th round of life support at this point, correct?
Correct.
She then lost her pulse again, and then is given another round of epinephrine. She's getting another round of epinephrine and aspirin, right?
Are you able to use a cursor to see where you are?
Yeah, let me just point you to it.
She has a pointer with it too, she can use it.
I know, I think she's asking me to point it out to her where we are.
I'm trying to follow him.
Okay. So,
Do you want to use this?
see where it says pressors were started?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This is where we agreed that we're at the
Yes.
first arrest, 4th round of life support, right?
Yes.
Okay. She then loses her pulse again, correct?
Yes.
And then she gets another round of epinephrine.
Yes.
So we're at 5 rounds of
Yes.
life support, 2 arrests.
Yes.
All right. She then regains her pulse, right?
Yes.
Then we do what you mentioned, the heart catheterization.
Yes.
She's then started on levofed. That's another form of life support, right?
It's probably the same vasopressor that was initiated in the emergency department. She was started on. That was probably a typo on my end. It should have said continued on levofed drip. This is an assumption on my end. The emergency department.
I don't need to interrupt you.
Don't do an assumption.
Bingo.
Got it.
Okay, whoa. Let's do a question, okay?
Does it say started or continued there?
It should say continued.
Regardless, we're at what? 1, 2, 3 arrests, and let's say, call it numerous rounds of life.
Numerous, yes.
There you go. Okay, she's then intubated for respiratory failure. That means that now not only is her heart failing, but her lungs are as well.
It kind of all goes together, yes. If somebody loses their pulse, the next step is putting them on a ventilator for life support. Yes.
Without your heart, your lungs can't work.
Yes.
Her body's failing,
Correct.
despite numerous attempts at life support.
Correct.
Resuscitation goes on from 1929, that's 729, right?
Yes.
Until 806.
Yes.
Roughly 37 minutes of after her heart stopping multiple times and numerous forms of life support, but then resuscitating her for 37 minutes to get that pulse back.
You have to remember that there was also an arrest outside the hospital where chest compressions were started outside the hospital, and I don't have the time that would be on the ambulance report for actually when it all started.
No, I'm speaking to this in our timeline where we are here.
Yes.
So not the CPR that went on for a while before she got there. I'm talking about now where she's getting resuscitation efforts
Yes.
at the hospital.
Yes.
And this is after her heart having failed,
Yes.
her lungs having failed,
Yes.
and her having had multiple rounds of life support.
Correct.
She's actively dying despite numerous rounds of life support.
Sustained.
Is she improving despite these efforts with life support?
No. essentially means that she might have, she has no pulse. She has no pulse.
So despite
It's an arrest.
EMS, the ER department, cardiologists, all of these people attempting to resuscitate her, her heart keeps on stopping.
Correct.
And this is also, again, despite all the different forms of life support she's being given, correct?
Correct.
And then you speak to, initially a code blue was called. Now, I know you don't have an independent memory as to what you reviewed in this case,
Yeah. Yeah.
but you indicated a code blue was called and that Dr. Husel was involved, right?
Yes.
May I first witness, Charlie?
You may.
Showing that the witness was labeled Joint Exhibit 7, page 133. Without saying what that is.
Okay.
Do you recognize that to be a code blue sheet?
It is.
And this is a code blue sheet referring to Jeremiah Hodge, correct?
Yes.
It's the same code blue sheet you referred to in your history and physical there, where you referenced Dr. Husel, right?
Yes. I don't remember specifically looking at this when,
Can we approach real quick here?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, get to know each other. I figured by now you'd know a little.
the code blue and Dr. Husel in your history and physical, that would have required you to have gotten that information from somewhere, right?
Yes.
And that would be the code blue sheet, correct?
Sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you. I don't necessarily look at the code blue sheet. If something like this was to occur, normally there would be a summary, another physician who is running the code. There has to be a physician running a code. So normally there's a brief note or a progress note of somebody who ran the code. I don't usually look at the code blue sheets unless something was didn't make sense in the note.
Understood. And at this time of night, when a code blue occurs, the ICU doctor for that shift is the one who runs the code blue, correct?
If that person, whoever can respond fast enough first. So usually if a code occurs in the ICU, it would be the ICU doctor.
And that ICU doctor on that shift was Dr. Husel, correct?
Correct.
So Dr. Husel was running the code that night regarding Jeremiah Hodge, correct?
I would have to look at the code blue sheet.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You can approach, but lay your foundation first.
Would looking at the code blue sheet refresh your recollection as to who ran the code that night?
Yes, it's,
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think she has independent knowledge.
Okay, well, let's see if this refreshes the memory. That's the issue.
Your Honor, I don't think there's a memory that can be.
Okay, you're done.
May I approach?
You may.
oh my gosh, the signatures, geez.
Okay, just review it. Does that refresh your memory?
No, I didn't see it. I don't know. It looks like his signature, but I don't know. It looks like a W and an H.
Stop.
Sorry.
Doesn't refresh his memory. Okay, go from there. Your doctor's memory.
Okay, so let's take it a step back. Dr. Husel was the ICU doctor that night, correct?
Yes.
Code blue occurred with Jeremiah
Yes.
Hodge, right?
Yes. It must be Dr. Husel that ran it.
Objection, speculation.
This is me using notes.
Relax.
Sorry.
Let me do my job.
Sorry.
Okay? I'll permit it. Next question.
The code blue was successful, correct? Meaning the team that ran the code resuscitated her?
Can you put up the discharge summary or the history and physical again, just so I can look to see what I wrote?
All right.
Yes, it was successful.
So Dr. Husel, and let me just take a step back. When a code blue occurs, it means that the patient is actively dying, correct?
Yes.
It's an emergency situation.
Yes.
In fact, I believe you mentioned on direct examination that, actually, why don't you tell the jury all the people that are involved in a code blue situation?
Pharmacy for medication providing medications, nursing staff, a phlebotomist to draw blood, a doctor, multiple doctors maybe if they're on shift, several other ancillary staff, extra staff, if you will, to line up and do chest compressions. Each round is 2 minutes, so it gets very tiring. Multiple people need to tag in. That's usually the bulk of them.
And Dr. Husel's running that show, right?
Yes, in this instance.
Okay. And she was resuscitated because of Dr. Husel that night, right?
Objection.
Again, sustained.
She was resuscitated after the code blue, correct?
Yes,
She didn't die.
she did. She did not die. No.
So Dr. Husel, running the code blue, resuscitated Jeremiah Hodge prior to the palliative extubation.
Yes.
And in fact, that was 23 minutes prior to the extubation, correct?
I would need to time it out. I'll take your word for it.
Now, this may seem like a fairly ridiculous question, but in your review of all these notes, everything you did review when that Dr. Husel, for some reason, after resuscitating her, decided that he wanted to kill her?
No.
Objection.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the last question and answer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did anyone tell you that she cut him off in traffic or something?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, I understand that you said when you were doing your discharge summary and the death certificate that you referred to it as an educated guess.
Yes.
Nothing to gain from having looked at the MAR, right?
Yes.
Now, and that's because when you're reviewing,
Okay, identify it for the record.
it's the same exhibit, Your Honor. Still showing the witness states exhibit 7B. Do you see that list 1 through 14?
Yes.
So you felt there was nothing to gain by looking at the MAR because you looked at all these different things from all these different notes, correct? All the diagnoses.
I made those diagnoses based on vitals, her labs, and why she came into the hospital.
Okay, so you actually diagnosed these things that were put in your discharge summary.
Some of them may have come from the emergency department physician and his documentation, but going off of any abnormals that I see on labs, that's what you're seeing for the diagnoses that you're seeing. It's a medical definition of any lab abnormality.
I'm going to show you the first page of your discharge summary
Sure.
because it appears that the state's exhibit doesn't have the first page.
Okay.
I'll label this, Your Honor, as joint exhibit. Pardon me. Joint exhibit 7, page 6. This is where you actually put the active and final diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
Let me move that up a little bit. So this is where you actually put in your discharge summary the diagnosis that you made and others made as to what you believe was the cause of death of Ms. Hodge, right?
Yes.
Now, we're going to go back to how we talked about how important medical records are, okay?
Sure.
Now, I know you referred to it as an educated guess, and you felt that you didn't need to look at the MAR because there was nothing to gain from it, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's a compound question. Start again.
This is transitional, Your Honor, just to get to
I understand what it is. No.
She required life support, right?
Yes.
Despite that life support, her situation worsened, right?
Yes.
And that same situation is what caused her death, right?
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
You put as the final diagnosis all 14 of those things, right?
Yes.
And it's some of the same things that you put on her death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you need to put, and I quote from what you said on direct examination, whatever happened that led to that person's death on those important documents, right?
Yes.
So in your training experience based off your diagnosis, those things,
Objection.
He hasn't gotten the question out.
would you have put something on the discharge summary or death certificate?
Objection. Speculative.
Okay, hold on. You scrap the first question, and I'll have to sustain on this. Do you want a sidebar?
No, Your Honor, I got 3 words to the question, so I don't know.
Well, one of
wouldn't
those
put anything-
words was clearly objectionable, so.
You wouldn't put anything on a death certificate that you didn't believe was active as to a cause of death, right?
No.
Because it's important, right?
Yes.
Same thing with the discharge summary.
Yes.
And in fact, it's the most immediate cause of death you put on those documents. documents, right?
Yes, for the death certificate.
For the death certificate. The document with all those rules, regulations, and potential rejection possibilities, right?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. So we've established already you have not read, or you did not read the medication administration record, correct?
I did not.
Just a starting off point, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's do, I'll let the question stand, but from now on, let's keep it proper terms.
When you wrote your discharge summary for Ms. Hodge, were you aware that she had been given 800?
Objection. We get a sidebar for that?
Yeah. Hi, guys. Objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, you disregard the last question. Next question, please.
Thank you. Did any of the progress notes that you reviewed indicate any medications that had been administered by Dr. Husel?
I don't know. I would have to go back through and look at his notes.
So then, just to clarify, you did not review any of the medications that were administered by Dr. Husel to this patient?
No.
It was asked and answered, but let's move on.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
H-I-T, last name Chand, C-H-A-N-D.
Okay. You're a doctor?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I've never known a doctor that couldn't knock that mic down. So let's give a little volume there because these people have to hear you and you're in kind of a fishbowl here. Okay?
No problem.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Chand, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with Columbus Inpatient Care.
All right, I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit louder because I'm even having trouble hearing you. So could you repeat your answer to that, please?
I'm employed with Columbus Inpatient Care.
And what is your job title with them?
I'm a hospitalist.
And what type of education or training do you have to hold that position?
So after finishing medical school, I joined the internal medicine residency at Mount Carmel. After my training there, took my board exam for internal medicine, board certified, and then I joined Columbus Inpatient Care.
And where did you attend medical school, sir?
I went to medical school, Windsor University.
And when did you graduate from medical school?
I graduated in 2011, I believe.
All right, and from what we're hearing, there's a fellowship or residency first?
Correct, residency
And where did you do your residency at?
at Mount Carmel.
And what year were you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio?
Well, when you start residency, you get your training license, so 2012 when I joined, and then when you graduate, you get your full license, so that was 2015.
And are there any continuing education requirements for you to maintain your licensure?
There are.
And has that licensure remained in effect since 2015?
It has.
Now, what did you practice your residency in?
Internal medicine.
And are you board certified at all?
I am.
And what are you board certified in?
Internal medicine.
And when were you board certified?
2015.
And has that been maintained since then?
It has.
Now, you use the term hospitalist. Can you explain to us what that is?
Hospitalist essentially.
You've heard the definition of hospitalist about 18 times.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir, you can answer.
Essentially, as my colleagues have said, we're the primary care providers in the hospital. Essentially, we admit patients, take care of them on the floors, and then eventually discharge them.
Okay, so other than admitting patients, what else is part of your job duties as a hospitalist with Mount Carmel?
So essentially, when you're the rounding physician, our job is to round on essentially see all the patients that are admitted to the hospital and tend to their day-to-day needs.
Now, I note that Mount Carmel's hospital records has an attending physician listed for each patient. Tell us what that means.
Essentially, that would mean we're the go-to person for anybody who needs any assistance or information, or we are essentially like the quarterback. We're if we need anybody on board, we get consultants on board, but we are the primary care providers essentially.
And in 2018, were you performing the same type of duties as a hospitalist at then Mount Carmel West?
I was.
From January 11th of 2018 to January 14th of 2018, did you treat a patient by the name of Brandy McDonald?
I did.
And Your Honor, if I may approach the witness, I believe we have got this figured out to make life easy for everybody.
Okay.
Sir, I'm handing you a mark for identification at bottom here, States Exhibit 5C. Could you identify that for us?
This is a discharge summary.
And who's that for?
It's for Miss Brandy McDonald.
All right. And sir, I'm going to leave that up there with you, so if you need to refer to it, you're able to. And what I'm going to do is put on the big screen here for the jury. All right. And can you see what's on the big screen real quick, sir, at all? No. Let me see. This is difficult, isn't it? Can you see the number 5C at the bottom there, sir?
I can.
All right, and then at the top, what patient is that for? A little bit further down.
Brandy McDonald.
So is this what you have in front of you there, sir?
I do.
Okay. And what were the dates she was admitted into the hospital, sir?
Looks like she was admitted January 11th, 2018, and discharged January 14th.
And during that time period that she was in the hospital, did you in fact see her?
I did.
Do you remember her?
I don't.
Okay. Feel free to look at the discharge summary and see if that refreshes your memory, sir.
Vaguely, but I can see what I've documented here.
All right, what was Ms. McDonald in the hospital for at that time period, sir?
Looks like my partner admitted her after she was sent by her outpatient oncologist for essentially abnormal liver function tests.
Okay, and obviously from this, does she have several diagnoses that you provided to her in the discharge summary?
Towards the end of the stay, once as her care progressed.
Okay. Before we get into her details, can you explain to us what you look at and how you arrive at your discharge summaries when you're discharging a patient from the hospital?
Progress notes, consultant notes, any pertinent imaging that was done, labs. That's pretty much it.
Okay, so in then creating the discharge summary, how do you go about doing that?
Same way, just review all those things that I mentioned.
Where would you derive the active or final diagnoses from in the hospital records?
From our progress notes, from ongoing progress notes from the day before.
Okay. And then turning to page 2 of that summary, Exhibit 5C, there's a part that is labeled, and let me double check this, hospital course. Can you explain to us what that is?
Essentially, it's a brief summarization of what occurred when she was in the hospital.
And can you give us a summary of what occurred with Ms. McDonald?
So according to this, she's, unfortunately young, who had metastatic ovarian cancer. She had multiple surgeries.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit and slow down a little bit.
Okay, so she's a 37-year-old female who came in with abnormal liver function tests. She had a diagnosis of metastatic ovarian cancer.
I'm going to stop you here. What does that mean to us?
Cancer of the ovaries had spread to all her or some of her organs.
Okay, go ahead.
Looks like she was on a clinical trial study for a chemotherapy agent because the traditional treatments did not work for her.
Okay.
So she was on trial with some medications that the oncologists were treating her as an outpatient. It appears that that's the direct reason why she was admitted, because the presumption was that the chemotherapy side effect essentially caused her liver function deteriorate.
Okay.
So she was admitted to the hospital for that. I consulted as my part of my job to get the specialists on board. So it looks like we consulted the oncologist. I believe gastroenterology was also consulted because the liver has to do with the GI system.
Okay.
She was started on some steroids to see if this would start healing her liver, and it appears that she continued to deteriorate. With that, she developed kidney failure. Then the kidney doctors were consulted, and eventually her lungs started to not function properly, so she was transferred to the intensive care unit.
Okay.
And it looks like she got intubated, which means they had to place a breathing tube emergently to stabilize her. And there were talks about starting dialysis on her for her kidneys, just to do anything that we can to help her, but it looks like she did not tolerate dialysis. She actually started to require vasopressors, life support medication on top of the ventilator. And then, the code status discussions were held, and eventually looks like her liver just went into fulminant failure. And and then I guess she was palliatively extubated. So once the family, it was discussed with the family, and then she passed.
So she had both liver issues as well as severe kidney issues at this point?
That's correct.
And I'm just going to move this up a little bit. Actually, I'm going to switch to the last page of the discharge summary and double check and make sure you can see it. What led to Ms. McDonald's discharge from the hospital? On the last page of the discharge summary, do you have that, sir?
Can you repeat the question?
What led to her discharge from the hospital, Ms.
Her
McDonald?
demise.
And that would have been in a court after her palliative extubation?
I believe, yes.
Now, in looking at the records for your discharge summary, did you look at what medication was administered to Ms. McDonald during the palliative extubation?
I did not.
Would that be something that you would typically do?
I do not.
Why?
For a consented palliative extubation, there's no reason to believe anything of the sort. So we have a reason for why they're already there deteriorating, and that's the end of that.
So you would have no idea what medication was administered to her at the time they withdrew the vent?
I did not.
Now, sir, during your treatment, did you treat her during the time she was at the hospital? Do you recall?
Just reviewing the records,
Okay. So nothing else specific to that?
nothing.
Now, for Ms. McDonald, did you complete a death certificate?
I did.
And I'm going to put up here what's been marked for identification. Let me see if I can see that up there. Can you see the number there?
Yes.
And what number is that, sir?
18E.
Okay. And this is a death certificate for which patient? I believe you have a copy at the back of your...
Yes, Brandy Lynn McDonald.
Okay. Now, tell us a little bit about when you are asked to fill out a death certificate. How do you do that, sir?
So death certificates come to us sometimes days after, so sometimes I could be off shift, I could be at home, and it looks like on this death certificate, this was a cremation.
Okay.
So when a cremation occurs, the funeral home is really pressed on time because they need this to proceed.
Okay.
Without this, they cannot proceed with the cremation. So you essentially briefly review the record of, and then come up with the diagnosis that you felt led to the demise.
All right, and we've heard a little bit of talk about this. What I see with Ms. McDonald is you have 2 lines filled out for the reason for death. Can you explain what this section means to us and how you would pick what goes in this section?
So the first line is immediate cause. So, I felt her immediate cause was, the reason she was admitted to the hospital because her liver was failing.
Okay.
And then why? And then another reason for her demise: metastatic ovarian cancer.
So, hepatic, am I saying that correctly? What that means, the liver failure?
Correct.
And then the secondary cause would be the metastatic ovarian cancer.
Correct.
And again, when you're filling this out, would you look at the medication provided to Ms. McDonald at the time she was palliative withdrawn?
No.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions. Jaime, I'll leave these up here if I need them. And he's got his copy still, so that'll be easier. Thank you, Paul.
Please report. So good morning. Dr. Shand, right?
Correct.
Doctor, I'm going to try and make this as brief as possible, okay? Doctor, I know you testified that you saw Brandy McDonald, but you don't remember her, correct?
Correct.
I've got a copy of all his progress notes if you want to hand that to him. Okay.
Actually, might be helpful.
Because that way
May I approach? This is just
You may.
progress now, so you don't have to go through this process. Dr. Fair to say you don't remember what you put in your progress note dated January 14th at 13:42 Eastern Standard Time?
I don't remember.
Would looking at that progress note refresh your recollection?
Which date are you asking for? Or just
It's
overall?
the first page.
For the first page, so for the 12th, you said 14th.
Okay, maybe it's not the first page.
He's got all of them.
I mean, I can go to the 14th. Yeah, that's fine.
Take a look at what to the 14th and see if that refreshes your memory.
Just look at 12.
You know what? Let's do it this way. Let's switch.
I have the 14th there.
Actual 14 progress note.
Sure.
Let's just switch.
Identify it.
Doctor, is your name on that document?
It is.
Okay, what does it say at the top of the document? It showed you a different document, so we have to put on the record what was shown.
Sure, it's a progress note.
I understand, but in the top corner, there's some writing there. What does it say?
Joint Exhibit 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, doctor, is there an accurate depiction of your progress note on the 14th of January of that year?
Yes.
When did that happen?
Sure.
Commissioner Miller, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection, it's his note, Your Honor.
Okay. This impression that's listed, that's your initial impression as to what was going on with Ms. McDonald, correct?
Yeah, what you came to the hospital for.
Now, I can't see if it's here. Can you see the plan? Okay. Can you see that okay, doctor?
Yeah, it's a little fuzzy, but yeah.
Okay. And you indicated that during the course of her stay, she became very acidotic, correct?
Correct.
She was started on bicarb, that's a form of life support, correct?
Sure.
Then overnight, her respiratory status deteriorated, correct?
Correct.
It required an ICU transfer, and I believe you referred to it on direct examination as an emergent intubation, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you recall what documents you reviewed to reach that conclusion you put in your plan regarding her having to be intubated?
I reviewed the brief notes that were previously entered by the night team.
Would you have reviewed the operative procedure document regarding that intubation?
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware who performed that emergency intubation?
I don't.
Are you aware that Dr. Husel?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I would have to look through the records to see, because I don't remember.
The ICU is where that emergency intubation occurred, correct?
I wasn't present, so it could be on the floor, or it could be in the ICU. I don't remember if I wasn't there, so.
Who was the ICU doctor working that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
If you know, do you know who was working that night?
Dr. Husel?
Objection, it looks like he's guessing.
Well,
I'm
that's
just
a
saying
jury
because he kinda did
determination.
this.
I don't know the schedule. I mean, I'm assuming, obviously.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. No question pending. Strike the last answer there. New question.
So fair to say, regardless of who did it, she was on forms of life support, deteriorating, correct?
That's correct.
Required an emergency intubation, correct?
Correct.
And an emergency intubation is a form of a life-saving procedure, correct?
That's correct.
We don't know, you can't say who, but someone in the ICU at night did that.
Objection, Your Honor.
referring to Joint Exhibit page 40, Joint Exhibit 5, page 46 and 47.
Is that the progress note still hanging?
Yeah, so it's the
Okay,
second
no
page.
problem. Just wanted to make sure.
This is still your progress note, right, doctor?
Yes,
And this is your assessment of her situation, is it not?
correct,
She's critically ill.
correct.
She's going to die.
It appears that way.
Poor prognosis.
Yes,
You met with the mother and father.
I did,
They didn't want heroic measures.
correct.
Palliative care consulted and the closed status changed, correct?
Yes,
So you took the initiative to speak to the family from Ms. McDonald, correct?
I did.
You delivered the news to them that her death was imminent, did you not?
I said she was critically ill and anything could happen, but I
You
didn't
felt
say
it. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk over you. That's my fault, sir. But you felt it necessary to have that hard talk with Ms. McDonald's family.
yes.
Now let's go to your discharge summary, which would be State's Exhibit 5C. Can you see there where it lists all the different doctors?
Yes,
That's all the different doctors that were involved in Ms. McDonald's care, correct?
some of them are partners with each other, so it doesn't necessarily mean every person saw them, but most of them did.
Fair to say you wouldn't have put them there if they had nothing to do with Ms. McDonald, right?
Correct.
Any one of these people tell you that they disagree with the fact that her death was imminent?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did any one of these people raise any concerns about the care that Ms. McDonald received? To you?
No.
Now, the active and final diagnosis. This is where I believe that you testified what you believe to be the cause of her death. Correct?
Correct.
All right, yeah, the head nods don't turn out on the transcript. Now, you referred to on direct examination as, or rather, when you were asked about why you don't review the medical administration record after, you use your term, consented palliative extubation, you felt it wasn't necessary, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You didn't feel it was necessary to review
That's correct.
the medical administration record during a consented palliative extubation, right?
Correct.
Now, to be clear, this is a terminal vent withdrawal, correct?
Correct.
Emphasis on the term terminal. Well, can you explain to the jury what the word terminal means?
Terminal means that all parties have felt it's the end of life situation. So at this point, it's just to proceed with comfort measures and just move forward.
And that comfort measures, are you familiar with what kind of comfort measures are used in palliative extubation?
Yes.
So that goes with saying that based off of comfort measures, you're familiar with the doctrine of double effect, correct?
No.
Okay, so when comfort measures are administered, isn't it true that you're no longer treating symptoms?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. We can have a sidebar.
What does comfort care mean to you?
Alleviation of symptoms, pain.
Okay, but you're not treating symptoms of underlying illness anymore, correct?
Correct.
And that's because to do so is futile at that point because death is imminent, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why do you not treat the symptoms of the underlying illness as opposed to providing comfort?
Okay, you're asking for an opinion or you're asking for his practice?
In your practice, why do you treat, or why do you not treat the symptoms of an underlying illness and provide comfort at that point?
I'm not understanding.
In your practice, is there any point in treating symptoms of an underlying illness at the time of a terminal event withdrawal?
No.
Why?
It's futile.
Because death is imminent, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You don't feel that reviewing a medical administration record during a terminal event withdrawal matters, right?
Justin answered that
It's
once.
a transitional, Your Honor.
Sustained my own objection.
Why do you feel it's not relevant? Or, excuse me, make it clear. Why do you feel it's not relevant when putting down these things in a discharge summary or what you put in a death certificate?
Because in general, like when when a patient comes in and we know what's going on, we have a reason for what's, what would be their cause for their demise. So when they reach that terminal point, there's no reason to go through, like I said before, consented palliative extubation and what meds were given to them.
Because you know at that point that their underlying illness.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What happens when you remove life support from someone with the type of illnesses that Ms. McDonald had?
To die.
Right? Quickly, right? Based off her conditions?
Sustained.
Can you predict when someone's going to die when they're taking off life support?
No.
Could be moments, right?
Could be.
Minutes?
Could be days.
Don't know though. Could be from anything from a second to a week, right?
Sure, yes.
But what you do know is that when you remove life support from someone who needs it, they die.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have long because they're due for a break?
It depends on his answer. It may be a little longer than I would typically go, so we could do a break now, Your Honor.
Let's do a break. It's been a while. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's take 15 minutes. We'll get started at 5 till 11.
All right.
Have a great break. Enjoy the break, guys. sunshine, does that mean he's darkness?
Not to her face.
You be sure to ask her how the judge asked how Rain Cloud was doing.
She would be so mad.
She would say, how did he find out my nickname?
I never say it to her because she would take that very personally. So bruised.
No, she was a undried pig, but good nonetheless. Good. Are you still breathing there, sunshine? Well, it's saying, it's just swearing here. Nothing. I have some yellow marks at the bottom. It's black.
Yeah, there's some yellow marks on this. I wonder if I touch it, does it get rid of it? There we go. not good. It's not picking that up.
I thought Susan was crossing the line.
It's not picking it up.
What do you three want? Come on down.
Paul, it's not picking up the document. It's picking up the hand, but not the document.
Oh, it's a focus issue, Paul.
Yeah.
There we are.
There we go. All right, whatever I touch, don't untouch it, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Sunshine. I'm going to send out an email today that you're officially looking at the Sunshine. You're only here for a couple of weeks. second. They'll call everybody up when the jurors come in. Do deference, that's what we do, okay? And then at that point in time, I'll tell everybody to sit down, and then we'll go along with the testimony.
This is a generation of them. And I think proof dies for the walk in.
You might as well gather them up. No, go ahead and go. We got 2 minutes.
I was just chit-chatting. Okay. I was going to explain why you need tissues. I sneeze, then my nose started running. Of course. And I'm like, I don't need tissues.
You want
And
to
I can't, I wasn't going to do this. No, I'm in now. And now I haven't sneezed, except for that. But I can't sneeze. Push right up against this girl. Classic.
Is your daughter? Yeah, okay. It explains a lot.
I'm like, why don't you just wipe your face? Creatures.
But whatever it is we do to ourselves, right? We don't have these external threats. Not really. I mean, unless there's some major miscalculation. Other than that, there's really no existential threat.
And that's some discussion about whether or not it's going to be considered short-range tactical as either a threat or an answer there.
Yeah, well, then that will be our problem. Go ahead. That's just speculation.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's say that it really is.
Did you have fun back there?
that's not happening. Just because he has doctor in front of his name doesn't mean he gets his DUI.
Are you ready, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Judge.
Yes.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I hope you had a good break. We're going to continue on with this. Bonnie, Ms. Starr.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Chand, I'm going to direct your attention to what was labeled by defense as Joint Exhibit 5, page 46 to 47. Can you identify this for us again?
It's a progress note, Brandy McDonald.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you again to speak up a little bit.
Progress note, Brandy McDonald.
And what is the date of this progress note?
The date is January 14th.
And what time did you make this progress note, sir?
Looks like just a little bit after in the afternoon.
And this would be the same date that she dies, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right, so I'm going to direct your attention to the second page of this progress note that you discussed on cross-examination. The patient is critically ill, poor prognosis. Tell us what you did here.
Well, my main review, my main thing that I did here is really talk to all the consultants and really talk to the family.
Okay.
That was my main concern.
All right, and I note a palliative care consultant code status DNR-CCA. Explain to us what that is.
So I consulted the palliative care team to help us, but it looks like at this point, I mean, they didn't even see the patient. But I changed the code status after talking to the family to DNR-CCA.
What does that mean to us, sir?
The A means that after discussing with the family, that they understood she was ill, and we still would do everything to save her, essentially. But if her heart naturally stops on its own at any point, we would not perform CPR or any heroic measures.
And in looking at this note, it looks like you had discussions with the family regarding how long they wanted to work towards seeing if this patient could be saved or not. Is that accurate?
According to the record, yes.
And what was that time frame they were looking at this point?
24, 48 hours.
Is there in the Mount Carmel system at that time, Mount Carmel West, was there a different DNR code that could also be implemented? A DNR-CC, I think is what we've heard it called?
CC, correct, yes.
What does that mean?
That essentially means we're not treating anything significant, just focusing on comfort care, comfort measures.
So at this point, the family wants the treatment still?
Treatment still, but just no CPR.
Now, can you tell us, you said you consulted with all of the other doctors, am I accurate in that?
Yes.
And then you had the talk with the family. How do you typically approach this type of issue with a family in your practice?
Yeah, it's obviously a very sensitive topic. So you first ask the family if they want to speak separately or in front of the patient, and just kind of briefly go through everything that we said so far, which would mean imaging, labs, and then what, if any, summarize for them what the consultants would say or opinions of what they recommend, and then essentially give them how we may feel this may progress towards, and help them, guide them towards what would they want to do if XYZ would happen.
Palliative care consult, what does that mean to us? I know you said it didn't happen in this case, but if it had gone on longer, what would have happened?
Essentially a team that would do what I did already,
okay,
which was talk to the family and guide them through the process as far as prognosis and helping with anything and support and helping with the code status.
Is this type of conversation something that you would consider a serious matter?
A what?
A serious matter?
Yes.
Is it something you would do on an emergency basis?
Yes.
Why? Tell us that.
Because things sometimes happen very rapidly, and we prefer input from the family if this would happen. So they're not shocked and surprised that nobody said it, nobody told us anything. So they're just so they're informed.
Okay. And in this case, CCA is what the decision was.
Correct.
In your practice, Dr. Shand, have you ever performed a palliative extubation?
I have not.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Your Honor, I didn't open anything up on redirect that was already
Okay,
uncrossed.
stop. Ladies and gentlemen, talk amongst yourselves. Let's go sidebar. Doctor, you may step down. Thank you.
Leave this here?
Yeah, leave it there. We'll clean it up. You can have your mask. I don't need it. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dan Baker to the stand.
And just to update you, the administrative order is in effect. I'm in the process of trying to negotiate that front glass. It's my understanding from consensus from you all, the second row front glass is being asked to be removed. I didn't hear any objection to removing the box up here, the front shield, so we get better audio. Okay? I have to leave the framework up. So we're in negotiation on that. I do have the ability to tell you to wear a mask or not. It's strictly under my thing. I want you all comfortable. If everybody's comfortable with it, fine. If everybody's not comfortable with it, we can deal with it accordingly. You guys are a group to me. Okay? Each individuals, but you're a group. Okay? You'll see people throughout the courtroom that may not have them on, that did have them on before. It's about their comfort. Okay? So that's an update for y'all. You ready?
Yes, sir.
And if anything I said about the glass or anything you don't agree with, tell Darcy. You need to raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, go ahead and make yourself comfortable there. Now you have an aerial mic there in front of you, so you have to enunciate. Okay, it'll pick you up.
Okay.
We're also doing plexiglass, so the louder you are, the better off you are. We don't hold points against you for screaming at us, okay? Okay? I need you to state your name for the record and spell your name so that my court reporter can get used to your diction.
Yes, my name's Daniel D. Baker IV, D-A-N-I-E-L, D, B-A-K-E-R-I-V.
Okay? This side?
Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I'm the Chief Forensic Toxicologist at the Franklin County Coroner's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
At the Coroner's Office in Franklin County since 2007, but I've had various roles in the forensic toxicology lab.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen your various previous roles in the forensic toxicology lab?
Yes, I came down as an assistant toxicologist in 2007, was promoted to toxicologist, then assistant chief toxicologist and quality assurance manager, and since 2014, I've been the chief toxicologist.
And what type of education and training do you have to become a toxicologist?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science from Youngstown State University. I have a master's degree in pharmacology and toxicology from Wright State University. And I'm board certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists.
And how long have you been a toxicologist? And then how long have you been board certified as a toxicologist?
I've been a toxicologist for 20 years, and I've been board certified, I believe, since 2006.
And have you ever been found to be an expert in any Ohio courts in the area?
Okay, you're on? I'll permit the question.
This is not a expert witness, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know this yet. Mr. Zion?
Have you ever been found to be an expert in any Ohio courts in the area of forensic toxicology?
Okay. nurse's fault.
I started out with the candy.
Yeah, she had the chocolate, and now we're to dried figs and dry dates. Yeah, but that gets messy. Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Zion?
Back to my last question, just for transition. Have you ever been found to be an expert in the state of Ohio in any common police courts?
I've been qualified as an expert in forensic toxicology in approximately 15 courts.
Thank you. All right. So what do you do at the coroner's office on a day-to-day basis in general, if you can explain to them? We'll start with that. What do you do, and then we'll go into why you do that.
In forensic toxicology?
Yes, please.
Yes, so I direct or lead a team of forensic toxicologists, and we perform a battery of toxicology tests on decedents, basically blood and urine, body fluids, to determine whether drugs or poisonings could have caused their death.
And how do you do that?
Well, we use a number of analytical instrumentation techniques. It includes gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, or liquid chromatography, tandem mass spectrometry. But these
wants to know how you get the samples.
I'm sorry. So samples or blood, urine, tissues are collected at autopsy or examination of a deceased individual, or from they are subpoenaed from hospitals in the event a person was transferred to a hospital first.
All right. Explain why the difference between the two, taken at time of autopsy versus subpoenaed from a hospital.
Yes, so it is standard protocol and actual required practice by the National Association of Medical Examiners for our investigators to subpoena and acquire samples at hospital admission. This is because while a person is hospitalized and remains alive, their body is continually breaking down and eliminating drugs. Therefore, that evidence of possible drug abuse would be gone by the time the person ultimately was deceased.
So what is your understanding, based on your training and experience, of how and when these samples of the person's blood, urine, and other things are collected? How is that done? When is that done at the hospital, based on your understanding and experience?
Blood samples are commonly taken at the hospital to do routine tests, typical blood tests or diagnostic tests to help a doctor diagnose a person's state or disease.
When they're first admitted?
First admitted, and then periodically throughout their stay in a hospital, physicians will order additional tests, maybe to diagnose a person's disease.
And for the purposes of your examination and based on the standards that you operate under, what blood and other samples do you want for your examination?
The first available sample closest to the incident that caused them to be transported to the hospital.
Okay. And is there a word for this type of blood as far as its time regarding death?
Yes, antemortem or before death.
So could you spell that for the record there?
ANTEMORTEM.
And when you subpoena this, you want, like, when they come in as soon as they can, it's the soonest blood sample, et cetera, that they have, right?
Yes, those would be the closest to the incident that caused them to go to the hospital.
All right. And then I think you were getting into the scientific test that you're able to do on those samples.
Yeah, so once those samples are received and inventoried, they're barcoded so we can track their location and process as they're being tested. They are subjected to a routine battery of kind of preliminary screening tests, and then based on any presumptive findings, we'll follow that up with more specific confirmation tests.
All right. So were you so employed and so working back in you what I had marked for the record as 18P as in Papa. Multi-page document. Do you recognize this document?
Just for the record, that states 18?
States 18P.
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
It is the coroner's report, findings of facts and verdict.
All right.
It is the autopsy report, findings and diagnoses.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that document?
And it's also the toxicology report.
Hold on, we got an objection.
How could he authenticate something he didn't write?
Okay. We've been through this, overruled.
Go ahead, sir. Does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the autopsy report and findings?
Yes.
And is your report a part of that document?
Yes.
And where does your report begin?
On page 6 of this packet.
All right. And how many pages does your report contain?
5 pages.
All right. And is that fair and accurate regarding Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I request permission to publish.
Only as to his report.
Correct.
Any objection if it's limited to his report?
Subject to his objection.
For the record, 18P attached as just described by the witness, the toxicology report. Is this what you were referring to up there, sir?
Yes.
All right, so tell us what's this at the top here? Who's Ani Ortiz?
That is the coroner of Franklin County.
All right. And toxicology, and who is Daniel D. Baker, chief toxicologist?
That's me.
All right, and who is this referred to over here? I'm pointing to the left-hand side.
Ryan E. Hayes is the decedent.
What's this case mean?
That's a unique number assigned to this case and this person.
And what's this mean over here on this side?
That's when the report was completed and issued.
All right. And what's this sentence mean here? Can you tell the jury what that means?
It means a full toxicology analysis has been performed.
Okay. And here we have that word again. What's that word?
Antemortem before death.
Okay, before death, blood. That's what you tested in this case?
Blood, yes.
All right. Lavender top bottle. What's lavender top bottle mean?
Lavender top just refers to the color top tube. Lavender tops contain an anticoagulant called EDTA.
All right. ELISA screen, what does that mean?
That's a screening test to screen for classes of drugs.
All right, let's go through the classes of drugs that were screened for. Acetaminophen, what's that?
Tylenol?
Was it detected?
No.
What's this next one?
Amphetamines, a stimulant, was not detected.
What's this?
Barbiturates is a depressant, none were detected.
What's this?
Benzodiazepines are an anxiolytic or depressant, none were detected.
What's this word?
Benzoylecgonine is a cocaine metabolite. It was not detected.
Can you explain what a metabolite is?
Yeah, if a person or a human or animal for that matter ingests a drug or is exposed to a drug, the body breaks that drug down in order to more effectively eliminate it from the system or get rid of it.
And when it breaks it down, does it turn it into these other things called metabolites?
Yes.
All right. So no cocaine metabolite, benzoglycine, was detected.
None was detected.
What's this?
Buprenorphine is an opioid.
Was it detected?
No.
What's this?
Cannabinoids is marijuana. It was not detected.
What's this?
Fentanyl is an opioid.
And what was that?
We had a presumptive positive indication it may be present.
Tell them what that means, a presumptive positive indicating it may be present.
Because this is a screening test, like I said, there's a battery of screening tests that are performed, and then they're followed up with more specific confirmation tests. These are different and support maybe a preliminary indication that that drug may be present.
All right, what's this next one?
Methadone is another opioid.
Was it detected?
No, it wasn't.
What's this?
Methamphetamine is a stimulant. It was not detected.
What's this?
Opiates is a class of drugs.
And was that detected?
We obtained a presumptive positive.
What's this next? This next one here?
I can't read it.
Oh.
If you can move it up.
Sorry.
Thank you. Oxycodone and oxymorphone was not detected.
What's this next thing?
Salicylates, aspirin was not detected.
And lastly, here on this page, one.
Tricyclics or tricyclic antidepressants, none were detected.
Going to page 2 of your report. What's this at the top?
Okay, I can't see it.
Ah, you're right, Judge, you're right.
Ethanol or drinking alcohol.
And was that detected?
Yes, it was.
What about this?
Nicotine from tobacco was detected.
What's this?
Codeine is a metabolite of nicotine. It was detected.
All right, so that is the body's breaking down nicotine, and we have the metabolite of codeine?
Yes.
What's this next thing?
Morphine.
And was that detected?
Yes.
And why do we have here, it's just been before, we've had measurements or confirmation. Why do we have a measurement here?
Yeah, see, on the left-hand column, you'll see the analytical technique. Mm-hmm. All of those are conformational tests.
Okay.
GCMS, or gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. And yes, we confirmed the presence of morphine at 83 nanograms per milliliter in that blood sample.
All right. So these are the confirmation tests. The first page of your report were the screens. Now we're getting into confirmation tests.
Yes.
All right. What's the next thing that was tested for on the confirmation tests?
6-monoacetylmorphine is a heroin metabolite. It was not detected.
Next.
Codeine is another opioid related to heroin, and it was not detected.
Next.
Hydrocodone and dihydrocodone are opioids, and they were not detected.
Next.
Dihydrocodone is a metabolite of hydrocodone. It was not detected.
Next.
Naloxone is the antidote to opioid intoxication. It was detected at 26 nanograms per milliliter in that blood sample.
Hypothetically, if this person was given naloxone in an ambulance to the hospital, would that account for that finding in your confirmation reports?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your understanding of why naloxone is given and what its effects are.
Well, naloxone is given routinely now because opioid-related deaths are so prevalent. This naloxone blocks the opioid receptors and causes the opioid in the person's system not to have an effect anymore.
Okay. All right. The next section, what does this mean? Blue top blood taken on 4/2/17 at 1:41 a.m.
That was another blood sample utilized. It, I believe, is the same time and date as the other blood sample. Mm-hmm. What happens is hospital samples, a lot of times there isn't much volume there. So as we run out of volume in one sample, we need to go to another one and proceed with our testing and confirmation.
All right. Why did you test for alcohol again?
That was to confirm the presence of the first sample.
Confirm this one up here at the top?
Yes.
All right. And to give people a perspective, 0.10, is that like what people might be familiar with breathalyzers, things like that, OVI?
Yeah, 0.08 is the legal limit, so that is just over 0.08.
Okay. And then what else is confirmed here?
We confirmed fentanyl at 1.1 nanograms per milliliter.
All right. What's this next thing?
A norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. We did not detect it.
All right. What's this last thing here?
Carfentanil is one of the strongest opioids known. You may know this as an animal tranquilizer. It's not used in humans and is an illicit form of fentanyl.
All right. And this is taken prior to any hospital. This is taken when he gets to the hospital. So if this is in his system, this is something he's illicitly taken prior to arriving at the hospital.
Yes.
All right. Why don't we have an amount?
just because its mere presence is significant enough to cause a person's death.
All right. What's next?
All of these tests, this next battery test is performed in the vitreous humor fluid, which is fluid obtained from the decedent's eyeball. All of these are metabolic or clinical chemistry tests and are used for the purpose to diagnose diabetes, kidney failure, or liver failure.
All right. So I'm hoping that is post-mortem?
Yes, it is post-mortem.
All right, because they actually, yeah, because it's from someone's eyeball? All right. Let's talk about the last page here. What is this?
Move it down just a little bit.
Oh, yep.
This was testing performed in post-mortem urine from the decedent, and we tested a gray top urine sample, and we only detected cotinine, the nicotine metabolite, by GCMS in this sample.
All right. So the blood samples that confirm the amount of fentanyl, and in this case, carfentanil, that's taken as he gets to the hospital. That's the purpose of this.
Correct.
All right. Why are you doing these things, and how are they used by the coroner in determining cause of death?
The forensic pathologist, they use three main types of information to come to an opinion as to a person's cause and manner of death. They first review...
Your Honor, he's not a forensic pathologist.
I would agree, sustained.
Do you have an understanding of how your reports are used? Why are you employed? What do they do with your report? Do you have an understanding of that?
Yes, I have a general understanding.
And I'd ask him to be able to testify as to his general understanding of how his reports and his work is used by the forensic pathologist.
Okay. This is his understanding, though.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
In general, the forensic pathologist looks at three main areas of information. Number one is the circumstances surrounding a person's death, the scene investigation, or medical history. The second is their autopsy findings of disease or trauma. And the third piece of information is toxicology results that would substantiate or refute any type of drug or poison in that person's system.
Ante-mortem, has they arrived at the hospital?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 18O has an Oscar. Do you recognize 18O?
Yes, I do.
What is 18O, please?
This is the coroner's report, findings of fact and verdict of James Timmons. The post-mortem examination report, findings and diagnoses.
And is a toxicology report part of that report?
Yes.
And did you perform that toxicology?
Yes, I certified the report.
And is that on the back of that, is that report contained therein?
Yes.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
May I publish it?
Any objection?
Same subject, same objection.
Okay. Overruled. You may publish.
Now, you said when they come in off the street, they take the blood samples and stuff at the time of autopsy, but when they come in from the hospital, like Mr. Ryan, they take it ante-mortem as they arrive at the hospital. What's the situation with Mr. Timmons?
Both are accurate. So samples are not only subpoenaed and acquired from the hospital, but other samples are taken at the postmortem examination.
Okay. Were these samples that were taken, that were tested by you on Mr. Timmons, were they ante-mortem taken at the time that he arrived at the hospital?
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, you gotta look at stuff here, I'm sorry. Look, publishing page 1 of 5, the attached toxicology report, that was just authenticated.
Yes, this shows that antemortem blood from James Nicholas Timmons was tested.
On what, and the sample was collected on what date and time?
October 22nd, 2018 at 21:47 hours.
All right. And just, we'll go through this very quickly. Same type of screening, says Mr. Ryan, on page 1.
Yes, the ELISA screening tests showed a presumptive positive for benzoylecgonine, the metabolite of cocaine, and marijuana.
All right. Are any opioids in his ante-mortem blood, I mean, when he arrived at the hospital? On page 1 here.
Not on page 1.
Okay. So the screens are positive for a metabolite of cocaine. What does that tell you as a forensic toxicologist regarding his ingestion of cocaine at some point?
That individual was exposed to cocaine prior.
His body
to
is
the collection.
processing it, and that's what's found?
Yes.
And the cannabinoids, that's just marijuana, however he took it?
Correct.
All right, going to page 2. Same test as we saw with Mr. Ryan. At the top there?
Yes, these conformational tests, ethanol was not detected, fentanyl was not detected, norfentanyl was detected.
What's norfentanyl?
It's an inactive metabolite of fentanyl.
All right, so once again, as a forensic toxicologist, what, if anything, can you surmise from Mr. Timmons at some point prior to coming to the hospital, his ingestion of fentanyl?
That he had been exposed to fentanyl.
And his body's breaking it down, and that's what's left?
Correct.
At the time he arrives at the hospital. Okay. And then what's the rest of these tests here in the section pop? Gold top serum, what's that?
That is another hospital antemortem sample. Again, just a different type of blood tube. And similarly, what is occurring is we're running out a sample from the gold top serum and going to another gold top serum.
All right.
This is at a different time.
A different time at the hospital?
It's 2 hours later, yeah. Or
Okay.
approximately.
So we see ketamine. What is ketamine?
Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic administered to people for the purpose of medical procedures and, to anesthetize them. So
All right.
they're not aware.
So can you surmise, based on your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, knowing that he came from the hospital, that they had begun therapeutic administration of drugs at this point?
Speculation.
Based on his training and experience, Judge.
Okay, no, we don't do runnings. Let's rephrase the question.
What, if anything, can you surmise, based on the timing of this and your knowledge of these drugs, how the ketamine got in there?
Objection, speculation.
This is our law to make inferences, Judge.
Can't guess.
I understand, okay? This is according to his training.
Yeah.
Okay, it's permissible.
From this report, the only thing that can be surmised is that this individual was exposed to ketamine sometime prior to this blood sample being taken.
All right.
We have access to medical records, and in the medical records, I know that this individual was given ketamine prior to this sample.
No use,
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Moving on to the next section. What do we have here in the gold top serum sample 2332? Is this a different time? Is that what that is saying?
A different time from what?
From the one that we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
So you're running out of samples, and as the hospital continues to take samples, you're continuing to test?
Yes.
All right, so what do we find now?
We only find 11 nor 9-carboxy delta 9 THC, an inactive metabolite of marijuana.
All right. Now, down here, antemortem urine. So this is before death urine. So we're out of the blood. Now you're looking at Mr. Timmons' urine that was collected at this date and time.
We didn't go to the urine because we were out of blood. We test blood and urine on every case if it's available.
All right. And what do you find testing his urine that was collected on 10/22/18 at 21:47?
We find the presence of fentanyl, nicotine, and codeine.
Cigarettes
Yes.
or tobacco, right?
And ketamine and its metabolites.
All right. So ketamine, that anesthetic, dissociative anesthetic you described, and then these are the body's breaking down.
Yes.
The ketamine. All right. Finally, moving to page 3 of your report. What else do you find in Mr. Timmons' urine?
You see your hands on me.
Oh, there we go.
Cocaine and its metabolites, benzoylecgonine and methylecgonine.
All right. And once again, are there amounts here? Like how much is in the system?
Not in the case of urine. Those urine results, the amount is not interpretable.
All right. You can just say it's there or not.
Exactly.
Training and experience as a forensic toxicologist for how many years now at the coroner's office?
Since 2007. And I'm a forensic toxicologist. I'm not a doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I called you a forensic toxicologist. Under what circumstances do patients or do blood samples come to you as part of an autopsy? Are you aware of what circumstances?
Routinely on every case.
Everyone that dies in Franklin County gets an autopsy?
No, but everyone who dies and has an autopsy or an examination by a forensic pathologist, they obtain postmortem samples for toxicology testing.
And what is your understanding of why someone would receive why someone's body would receive an autopsy? If you know. If you don't know, that's fine.
That's determined by the forensic pathologist who manages the case.
Okay, sustained.
Can we move to strike and have a witness?
We'll strike the answer. Okay, stop. Strike the answer. New question.
Do you know how the determinations are made?
That's up to the pathologist's judgment.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Sir Baker, when did the state of Ohio tell you you're going to be called as an expert witness in this case?
I believe 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. Did they ask you or provide you with additional materials to review prior to testifying?
No.
So simply just the report that you have here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go into your report for Mr. Hayes, which would be State's Exhibit 18D. For Mr. Hayes, the first blood taken was on April 2nd, 2017 at 1:41 in the morning, correct?
That is not necessarily the first blood taken. That's the first blood that we received that was closest to the incident that caused them to go to the hospital.
Okay, so just to be specific, this is the first blood listed in your report that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're aware then that Mr. Hayes died the following day, not on April 2nd, right?
I know that some time period had passed since his admission and the time that he died.
Okay. But you reviewed
If it's a day,
you reviewed the medical records, right?
I can tell you exactly. Well, it's actually in this exhibit, the date and time of his death.
Stop. Let's start with another question.
So, just to confirm again and not to waste everyone's time about this, fentanyl and opiates were confirmed to have been in that first blood you analyzed, correct?
Those are presumptive positives that you're pointing to.
Presumptive
That gives us an indication that fentanyl or opiates may be present.
Okay, but that's why you do all these other tests, right, to confirm it?
Yes.
Okay, so based on these other tests, again, it was confirmed that he had fentanyl in his system, right?
Yes.
And that was when he arrived to the hospital, the blood that you analyzed, right?
Yes.
So he walked into the hospital with these drugs in his system. Actually, let me clarify. He was taken in an ambulance after overdosing on these drugs to the hospital, right?
I'll permit the question. Do you not?
I know that this death was presented to our office as a suspected overdose.
Okay. Without getting into what other people said, because you reviewed the medical records, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that's what other people said.
Okay, well, he's excluding it. Do you have a question?
Yeah. You reviewed the medical records, right?
I reviewed the medical records.
Yes or no?
In light of
Mr. Baker. Yes or no?
Did you? He's answering your question. Go ahead.
While that is correct that I reviewed some medical records, I reviewed the medical records specifically to substantiate toxicology findings by our scientists.
Okay. So then you would be aware then that he came to the hospital as an overdose, right?
That's how the case circumstances were presented to our office.
Okay.
That's what was suspected.
Now let's talk about carfentanil. I know you spoke on direct examination about how powerful it is, right?
Yes, it's
so powerful that the mere presence of it, you don't have to quantify because it kills, right?
It can lead to death, yes.
And that's why you don't quantify it when you test for it, right?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, as a toxicologist, you know that carfentanil is almost 100 times more powerful than non-illicit medicinal fentanyl, right?
I've seen various estimates.
Over 100 times, right?
Over 100 times more potent than fentanyl? Yes, I would agree to that.
Thank you. And again, that was in his system when he arrived to the hospital.
Yes.
As well as ethanol, right?
Yes.
As well as morphine, right?
Yes.
So to clarify, morphine and carfentanil are opiates but different drugs, right?
Correct. Carfentanil would be considered an opioid. Morphine would be considered an opiate.
Oh, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Let's talk about the difference between an opioid and an opiate. An opioid is synthetic, right?
Traditionally, opiates are termed that way as coming from the poppy plant or derived from the poppy plant. There are many other opioids that are synthetically derived, like you say, but there are some synthetic opioids that cross-react with our ELISA assay as an opiate. So they're very closely related, but they both work on the same receptors in a human.
They weren't different. Would they call them something? Would they just refer to them all as opiates? Maybe make it simpler. Why is there even a distinction between an opioid and an opiate? Because they're different, right?
For our purposes, they're different. Opiates or opioids react on different screening tests in the toxicology lab.
Are they the same
That's
thing?
why.
Simple enough. Are they the same thing?
Your Honor, I would object to him interrupting the answers and interjecting other answers.
Okay.
There is overlap in the definition. This is
But they're
why.
not the same thing.
Well, an opioid can be an opiate, but traditionally, by a definition, opiates are derived from the poppy plant.
All right. Yes or no, are they different?
I believe there's overlapping in the definition when you categorize specific drugs.
In your experience, are they different?
Mayor, I think he's answered the question best he can.
I think he hasn't answered the question once.
Okay. Move on.
So, okay. Getting back to the opiates and opioids that were in his system, there were multiple in his system when he arrived at the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's talk about Mr. Timmons. This is State's Exhibit 1810-0.
Oh, it's an Oscar.
18-0 as an Oscar. And again, everything you reviewed for Mr. Timmons prior to his death, correct?
I didn't understand the thrust of your
All the
question.
blood you reviewed was prior to his death, correct?
All the blood that we tested was prior to his death. Reviewed,
Okay.
I reviewed and certified results,
Okay,
sir.
just relax.
So you're aware then, in 1022, and having reviewed his medical records, you're aware then that he died days later, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware that he also came to the hospital as an overdose, right?
That is what is suspected, yes.
That he was found unresponsive by a family member after having been down for some time. You're aware of that, right?
I don't have the case memorized. I can review, the records of the case and tell you the specific circumstances that he came into our office.
I thought you reviewed them before you testified.
I did, but I didn't memorize the circumstances of every decedent, sir.
So you didn't care to memorize the situation when an overdose victim came in?
Okay, you're getting argumentative. Let's move on.
What records did they give you to review?
They gave me these exhibits, but I have their full case records here, and I can tell you and answer whatever questions you want from me.
Okay. But as you stand here as a state expert, you're not prepared to testify as to the condition these people arrived at the hospital.
Form of the question.
It's not
No,
that at all.
Form of the question. Re-ask.
Are you aware, as you sit here today, of the conditions in which these people came to the hospital prior to your analyzing the blood that was given to you?
Yes.
So then you're aware that both came to the hospital having been found unresponsive as overdoses?
As suspected overdoses, yes.
Okay, and that was prior to getting to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what Mr. Timmons overdosed on. Now, the benzo, I'm not going to try and pronounce that. That was the cocaine metabolite, correct?
Correct.
Cannabinoids, marijuana, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have the metabolite for fentanyl.
Correct.
Okay, and this is again prior to him getting to the hospital, or the first blood that you analyzed here, right?
Yes, prior to his death, yes.
Okay. And you said that based off your review of the medical records that you came to a determination that he was given ketamine upon his arrival, right?
Yes, that's documented.
Okay,
There in the medical
so tell me how that makes sense. Ketamine is used for sedation, right?
I'm not a medical physician. I don't know why it makes sense whether he was administered ketamine or not. I have the medical records that shows the date and time it was administered, and I can show you those.
So just to clarify, though, you didn't just testify in direct examination that he was given ketamine for therapeutic reasons? But now you can't talk about it?
I never said therapeutic reasons, I don't believe.
Your Honor.
So, overrules right now.
Who gave him the ketamine? You know that?
Not off the top of my head.
What's this meth thing here?
Methylecodine, it's a metabolite of cocaine.
Okay, so another metabolite for cocaine, right? And then we have your confirmation tests, right?
Those are urine tests, GCMS tests, yes.
Okay. Fentanyl, right?
Correct.
Ketamine,
Yes.
various forms of ketamine.
Metabolites, yes.
Cocaine,
Yes.
and the metabolites for it as well, right?
Correct.
As a toxicologist, you learn the effects of drugs on people, correct?
Yes.
People who use the drugs that James Timmons and Ryan Hayes use develop tolerances to them, don't they?
Can you repeat it? I didn't hear you.
People who use opiates develop tolerances for them, don't they?
Objection, Your Honor.
If you can answer.
Yes, they can after prolonged use, but that is reversible. So there's no way to know whether this individual had tolerance at this time.
Well, but you review the prior medical records, right? So you know that they both have documented histories of substance abuse.
Okay, sustained.
Are you aware that it's documented in their medical records that both had a prior history, a long history of substance abuse?
No, I did not review that specifically.
Right. But hypothetically, if they did, and then you found these drugs that you found, they would have tolerance to them, would they not?
That's possible.
I'll permit it.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry?
That's possible.
Right. In fact, Mr. Hayes even had the super powerful carfentanil in his system, right?
It's been asked and answered.
Not in the context of tolerance, Your Honor.
No, it's been asked and answered.
Okay, how would a drug as powerful as carfentanil affect someone's tolerance to opiates?
Well, again, opioid tolerance is developed over time, and it is reversible.
I'm sorry, I didn't
So
mean to.
a single,
Opioid, you said opioid again.
Judge,
So
I
it's
would object to this one.
Okay, he was answering your question. I agree. Sustained. Finish your answer, please.
Go ahead.
yes, so opioid tolerance occurs after prolonged use of opioids. However, it is reversible also, so there's no way to measure this individual's tolerance at the time of his death to any opioid. A single use of carfentanil wouldn't create tolerance, but prolonged use over time would.
And again, you're not aware of anything in the medical records that would indicate the prolonged use of drugs like this for either of these people, right?
No.
Okay. Just to clarify, hypothetically, I shoot up carfentanil. Am I not going to be tolerant to it tomorrow?
Objection.
Okay, sustained.
How long till I'm not tolerant to an opioid?
Objection, Your Honor.
Hypothetically, someone with these drugs in their system, how long would it take for them to all of a sudden not be tolerant to that drug?
Okay, that's
Objection, Your Honor.
sustained.
Franklin County has a forensic pathologist, right?
Yes, we have a number of them.
And in fact, isn't it true that it's free that anyone can request an autopsy?
Objection, Your Honor.
If he knows, do you know whether or not?
I think anyone can ask for an autopsy, whether that does, just because a person asks to have their next of kin autopsies, that doesn't mean that they will in fact be autopsied.
So it's your testimony as the chief toxicologist for the Franklin County Coroner's Office that any citizen with the next of kin that requests an autopsy doesn't get it? There's a process in which they won't get it?
I'm going to say the forensic pathologist manages cases, and they have the discretion as to perform what type of examination is warranted in the case. There are private hospitals that can provide autopsies if the case is not within our jurisdiction or realm.
Okay. Public hospital like Mount Carmel West in Franklin County, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know where Mount Carmel West was when it existed?
I believe so, on Broad.
In Franklin County, right?
I believe so, yes.
In your jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
Okay, so establishing that it's in your jurisdiction.
No, that's not what that means. When I say jurisdiction, cases that are examined at the coroner's office need to be suspicious deaths, have trauma or foul play involved, motor vehicle accidents, workplace incidents. It is very specific types of deaths, not just that someone died in Franklin County.
Okay, let's go off of what you're saying then about the suspicious deaths. These two people you reviewed were suspected overdoses prior to going to the hospital, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you only are here to testify about two of 14 different people, right?
How would he know that? Rephrase.
Were you ever asked to do this type of analysis for anyone else besides these two people?
No.
And again, it was because their death was related to an overdose prior to getting to the hospital, right?
Yes, that's how the case was presented to us, yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect? No. Okay, you may step down. We'll go take lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do an hour and 15 minutes. Come back at 1:15. Okay? Remember the admonition. We'll get started promptly.
All right.
Have a great lunch, guys. Okay, you may step down. Is that Judge Cockcroft in the back? Why don't you come and visit me? I miss you. Anything for the record, Mr. Zion?
Nothing for the record, Your Honor.
Anything for the record, Ms. Lupita?
Yes, Your Honor. Just to add to our previous objections, we were
Go ahead.
just laying a record, Your Honor. We were not provided any report that indicated what this person reviewed prior to testifying, and we learned for the first time during his direct testimony that he was provided medical records to review and testify to during direct examination. So I want it on the record.
I lost Judge Cockcroft. Yeah, there you are. Come on down. actually have two things. What, Paul?
Okay, great.
From who?
And we got
Yeah. What does she want now? Because it's not operating.
That's what I told her. And we're not reporting it.
And we've been having problems like horrible with it the last 2 days. It's secondary, but the bigger problem is Jazz is non-responsive right now.
So was it possible you
Are we going to have any more?
Okay.
This is similar to our topic.
I've already talked to her twice, so.
Well, they'll send an email that goes to
Well, it's possible. I would love
situation?
back a report ahead of time.
Okay, I can give it to you now.
Whatever.
We're gonna go out and drum some up.
That one really.
We're going out those words.
No, it's fine. I just am trying to help myself here.
I said, hey.
Well, everything, so it is what it is. And I'm just trying to save myself from
Sam, we've got everybody here. Let's go on the record. Okay, we're back on the record. Jury's currently out of the room. Everybody else is present. Mr. Zion, you wanted to address something?
Yeah, Judge, we've been very bad at estimating how long certain testimonies are going to be taken. Many of these days when we've gone right up to 5, we would literally have had 2 or 3 people out there that have been there the whole day waiting to testify. And, you know, they're busy professionals like everybody else in the world. And so we've been trying to dial that back, trying to estimate just so people only have to come down once. We might have overdone it this week, dialing it back. All we have lined up, we had 5, which we thought would fill the day, and we filled the morning with the 3. But all we have for this afternoon is Dr. Swanner, per your order, recall, and then we've got a Dr. Tom Brady, one of the attendings. We've been scrambling since yesterday evening to try to get some more nurses down, but they need some time. They need time to tell their work about it. So, and when tomorrow we have 3 of those nurses are lying. 2 are lying. 2 for sure. 2 are confirmed. We're waiting to hear from the 3rd one, and we're trying to make sure we don't. For tomorrow, we're trying to say anybody we start, we finish, because Thursday is set aside entirely for part 2 of Dr. Ely, who once again will be flying in and then hopefully flying out at the conclusion of his testimony. So, and we know we break early on Thursday too. So that's basically what we have lined up. We're trying to get as many in to fill the days, Judge, but I just wanted everyone to be aware of our scheduling and our thinking on this.
Okay, Elder Dr. Swiner, do you intend to ask any questions?
I was told to bring him back so that he can testify about that.
I understand, that was my order.
So I'm not sure exactly how to proceed. I was just maybe going to say that and ask him a question about, the basis of his knowledge for his prior testimony, and then that would be it. Judge, I might point out that information that has been provided to the defense and to the state, years ago at this point in the timeline of interactions, he refers to, which was a document that was referred to, I believe, in his cross-examination. He does refer to a quality and safety department report made available of all instances outside of surgery. The patients given a dose of fentanyl at or about 500 micrograms. That's from a note from November 26th of 2018. And as we've been looking through stuff, Judge, referring to Bates number TDEF 0 0100307. These are handwritten notes that were provided to both parties by Mount Carmel, in the past 3 years at some point. I don't know exactly, but if it's got a Bates number, it means it was provided to both parties by Mount Carmel. And these handwritten notes of somebody interviewing Mr. Swanner, once again, that corroborates the timeline of interactions. There is a reference to Dr. Swanner talking about Holly and Aaron Griggs on call. Holly had analysts run a report of high dose in fentanyl and 24 cases. Only one physician using these high doses. And then it goes on to Larry Begins meeting with clinical experts. So there are references to Mr. Swanner, Dr. Swanner, both in what he prepared for this investigation and notes of an interview by the hospital where he refers to his knowledge of this report, and he refers to Dr. Husel being the only one doing this, specifically in these handwritten notes. So we will proffer both of those things for the record, not for the jury, but for the record, just so that it's clear. We had a good faith basis for asking this. He had a good faith basis to testify about this, and I think the reason we weren't able to work out a stipulation is it's our understanding Mount Carmel, through their attorney Louis Gobble, looked for this report and couldn't find it. That is different than this report doesn't exist. As was pointed out by Mr. Baez yesterday, just in the Lighthouse report, which is just one part of this case. I think he said there was 278,000 documents. That's just one part of this. That doesn't include medical records, expert reports, or anything else. So to say that it doesn't exist is different than saying we couldn't locate it. There is evidence in the record at the time, contemporaneous with Dr. Swanner's employment and knowledge of these things, that he believed he saw a report that said these things, and he testified to such. So that's where we're at with Dr. Swanner. I guess I'll ask him about those things and move on. I mean, that's it, right? That's the one thing we're here to talk about.
I would first ask that the Dr. Swanner questioning take place outside the presence of the jury until we can make a determination as to what in the world is going on here. So that's the first request that we would make. If in fact that's denied, of course we would object to any further testimony by Dr. Swanner. Second point I'd like to make is that this is Mr. Zion's, I guess after several days of having this issue, it's the first time Mr. Zion references these notes, but he's still not saying on the record what was his basis for asking that question. If it was in fact these notes, it would have been nice to know this sooner, because of course we would have objected to us now having access to this report and the prosecutor soliciting information based on a potential discovery violation.
Is he your first witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's do a voir dire of him, off the record, outside the presence, and see where we're at.
Okay. I believe the Zoom meeting was set up for 1, so.
Okay.
Darcy to set it up. So
Paul, you want to hook us in?
Also, with respect to Eli, I don't, as I indicated to the court, I thought it was going to be like 45 minutes to 60 minutes for me. So I think we should have the state have some other witnesses that day. Of course, Paula will have a redirect, but I think we can be done by lunch.
Well, that's what we said the last time, Diane. That's the only reason I said I had him arranged for the day.
Oh, you're talking about what?
Dr. Ely for Thursday.
On Thursday. Okay. You got another hour and a half? Because you were on cross.
Right, no, I understand. I think an hour and a half is my long end.
Okay.
I was just mentioning so we don't lose more time. Or it's like, I know nobody wants to be here longer than we need to.
I agree.
So that's what.
See if you can back somebody up just in case.
Thank you, sir. We will strive. I mean, you understand what's going on here.
I understand. Okay, the two issues I have, number one, Judge Cockcroft was down during the lunch hour. We went through what my requests are now based upon jury representations. She has got it under advisement. She's talking to the second floor. We may as early as Wednesday, which is tomorrow, have the plexiglass on the second row removed in the front, but not on the sides, and the plexiglass on the front of the witness box. Okay, that's my current request. She did sit in the back and indicated it was tough to hear back there. The speakers did not solve our problem. So we're going to have to see where we go from there and see if that helps. Okay? The second issue, my secretary brought to my attention that my usual poker face may have been out of play this morning during some of the cross-examination. Okay? I had my issues with what was going on, and I should have kept more of a straight face. I was going to explain to the jury that, I had a lot going on, and if I gave some inference or something about anything, they're to disregard it. Okay? Anything for that issues?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Okay.
Swanner is available and logged into Zoom now.
Huh?
Dr. Swanner is available and logged into the Zoom as of now.
Okay. Where are we at, Paul? It's not working. Is that what you're telling me?
I need to get behind you and
Okay. Do your thing. We're off the record.
Sir, is it all right to record this, or do you mean turn my camera off for this?
For Zoom, if you wanted to record us watching the screen.
That's fine. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Well, probably leave it off for this, in the voir dire part, and if we bring them live, then I'll let you get on.
Okay, I'll turn my...
Okay.
Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound.
Yeah, just tell them. Who's on this side? Okay.
And just fair warn, Judge, this is all we got today.
I understand that.
We apologize. We're doing our best.
I'll fall on the sword. It's not a problem, guys.
It's all right. But we're going to scramble and try to get the full day tomorrow and Thursday.
I'll just leave it in general terms of what we were doing, and do not take any inference for me making them wait.
Video.
Oh, you're done.
You're excused, Doc. Bye. Did it to me again, David. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all? Got a couple things to talk about today before we get started back in. First, sometimes being a judge, you've got a bunch of stuff going on, and I might have been seemed upset this morning. You're to disregard it. It had nothing to do with this case. Okay? Second, Judge Cookroft was down during the lunch hour. Okay? We went through exactly what I wanted. We was hopefully to have it approved by the end of the day. Okay? And that's removing the plexiglass in the second level in front of you and in front of the box. Okay? Now, we dealt with something on the break, and this is one of those judge things I have to do. Okay? Because of what I did, we're going to be a little short this afternoon. So it's my fault. We had anticipated much longer proceedings, and we don't have enough people in line. So because of my ruling, you're going to go home early. Okay? Blame me. Okay? But but it's just the reality. We're trying to schedule this thing here with professionals and everything else, and it gets difficult at times. You know, we've tried our best to keep on a schedule. Some days we move quicker than others. Okay? It's just one of those things. So, my apologies to you guys, because I know your time is valuable. We've tried to help you as much. Darcy says that we've been answering a lot of problems. I know I've been signing a bunch of stuff, okay, for you guys. But I want to show you the respect that you're due too. So I'm basically saying it's on me. We can work from there. Fair enough? Okay. Are we ready for our next witness? Ms. Grubb?
Thank you. We call Dr. Thomas Brady to the witness stand.
You guys have a good lunch? Mediocre? No one flooded sugar your way? Yeah.
This is supposed to be here.
What's supposed to be there? You go ahead and take it out of there. You reach through and grab it?
Yeah, let's go now. He's placing there.
Okay, he's going to swear you in. Let him get by there.
Yes, sir. I could have you raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please take your sentence. Receive it and make yourself comfortable. And you would be so kind as to state your name for the record and spell your name, please.
My name is Tom Brady, T-O-M-B-R-A-D-Y.
Okay. You got to help me out a bit. You're kind of a fishbowl there. So I know I can see people straining a bit. So give me some volume.
Okay.
Okay? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay.
I feel like I'm shouting though.
Okay, well, it's okay. I'd rather have that than
Yes, sir.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Brady, we have a court reporter that's right to your right, and she's taking down everything. So if we get into maybe some medical terms that might need spelling or some help, she'll raise her hand or signify that she needs that help.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And thanks for coming. Sir, let's talk about your education and background. Can you tell the jury, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where you went to school and what training you received?
Yes, after I graduated from the University of Dayton, I went to Wright State University for my medical school. My undergraduate degree was in pre-medicine, and after medical school, I took a position at Mount Carmel as a resident, and I did 3 years of internal medicine residency there, with my final year being a chief residency year. And then right out of residency, I joined my current group, which is Columbus Inpatient Care.
Thank you. Have you worked at any other hospital system or hospital other than Mount Carmel?
Years ago, we worked at Fayette County Memorial Hospital in Washington Courthouse. They had asked for us to provide hospitalist services there, and they have since secured their own hospitalist services years ago.
Okay. And could you give us some frame of reference as far as when you graduated from med school and when you started at Mount Carmel?
Yes, I graduated medical school in 2004, and I started shortly after that residency, and graduated residency in 2007, and then was board certified that same year in internal medicine.
Sir, what are your current assigned responsibilities at Mount Carmel?
Currently, I'm an attending physician and hospitalist at Mount Carmel.
Okay, thank you. And has that been your assigned responsibilities since your employment there?
Yes, I've always been a hospitalist. I'm not employed at Mount Carmel. We're contracted with Mount Carmel, but yes, I've always been a hospitalist.
Thank you. What shift do you work?
It varies. I normally work the daytime rounding shift. Sometimes, oftentimes I'll work the evening shift, and very rarely, unless there's a definite need or a spot to fill, the night shift. But it's been years from when I've worked a night shift. So,
Would it be fair to say that you are an attending physician at Mount Carmel?
Yes.
Okay. And were you an attending physician at Mount Carmel in the pertinent years for this case, including the year of 2018?
Yes.
And that was Mount Carmel West at that time, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And at that time, in 2018, did your duties as an attending include preparing discharge summaries for those patients for whom you were an attending physician?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a document which is labeled States Exhibit 10B. And States Exhibit 10C documents.
Thank you. Oh, you want me to give them back to you?
I will.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and project them once you see what they are.
Thank you.
You'll be able to see it on the screen in front of you and also on the big screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
Thank you.
So let's do. Oh, we have, okay, sorry. Just make it 10C. Okay. Got it.
For the record, you're relabeling it too?
Yes, for the record, apparently I didn't know that we had already used B, so we're using C and D. Okay. Great. Same stuff. So, Dr. Brady, the new 10C is entitled Discharge Summary. Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
Just now?
Yes.
And have you reviewed it recently?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to project what I believe to be the first page. According to what you know for what the electronic medical records look like at Mount Carmel, does this appear to be the first page of the discharge summary for an individual by the name of Bonnie Austin?
It does.
Okay. And she was admitted when?
It's covered by the thing down here.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah. Admitted 9/30/2018.
Okay, at what time?
21:04.
Okay, and what time is that?
9:04 p.m.
Yeah. And then she was discharged that same day, correct?
Yes. She died that same day.
Okay. At 11:53?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving down, we have a list of, I believe, final or active diagnoses. Do you want to review those?
Yes, I have reviewed them.
Okay. Could you explain what they are?
Sure. Acute respiratory failure requiring intubation is a respiratory failure that happens all of a sudden, and it requires that a tube be inserted in your throat with a machine to breathe for you. Oftentimes you are not able to do that yourself, so the physicians or EMS will do that as part of a life-saving measure. That S/P means status post, which means they have just been through a full cardiopulmonary arrest, which meant that her heart stopped and she had stopped breathing. Tension pneumothorax, status post, emergent chest tube placed in the ED, which is emergency department. And so a tension pneumothorax is a diagnosis where air escapes the lung and it causes instability in your heart and lung function because air is pushing the lung and not escaping the normal way as you breathe it. Every time you take a breath in, air is pushed and pushing the lung into the pulmonary artery and other vital organs. So it can cause an arrest. History of myocardial infarction means that she has had a previous heart attack. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease is a lung disease that makes it sometimes hard for people to oxygenate and to breathe normally. This is normally emphysema or chronic bronchitis. Chronic respiratory failure is likely related to her chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which just basically means she has a hard time breathing in general. Hypertension is high blood pressure. And stage 4 chronic kidney disease means that her kidneys are in the process of deteriorating. And this is stage 4 out of 5.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to the next page. Does this appear to be the second page of the discharge summary?
It does.
Okay. And at the top, there's a paragraph describing some historic things about this lady. Can you tell me who wrote that?
That paragraph was probably a combination of myself and one of the people I work with as a physician assistant who would have done a preliminary history and physical.
Okay.
And so we take the information from the history and physical or our current plan and we'll often include it in the discharge summary if we think it's pertinent.
It looks like this lady had a procedure in the emergency room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that procedure?
It looks like a chest tube was placed in the emergency room.
What does somebody do to do that?
I think in this case, the ER doctor tried to put a emergent chest tube in and then called for the surgeon to come put an official chest tube in. So when a surgeon puts a chest tube in, they make an incision in the chest wall and basically put a larger bore tube in to alleviate the air pressure that's crushing the lung from the tension pneumothorax.
Okay. And can you tell from here what that tube looked like, how big it was, or anything about it?
I cannot.
Okay. And then going further down, it appears as though there may be some medications listed.
Correct.
Correct. Would these be her home meds?
They would be.
Okay. And then there's a third page, which with additional medication information. What is that? Is that a continuation of the previous list?
That is a continuation of the previous list,
okay.
Yes.
All right. And then some other stuff that we don't really need to worry about, immunizations, et cetera.
Correct.
And that would be the total of the discharge summary.
Yes, ma'am.
Oops, I misspoke. There's one final page. Page 4. What's on there, sir?
Lab results from her hospitalization.
Okay. And what do we know about her? She's 152 pounds, right?
Yes, her measurements, her height and weight, yes.
Yep, okay. And at discharge, she is deceased.
Correct.
an attending also include preparing a death certificate if the patient passes away?
Yes.
What are the requirements for preparing the death certificate?
In the state of Ohio, to my knowledge, it is a physician has to put down the most likely causes of death for the patient, and there's stipulations even within the death certificate that tell you that you can't just put a simple reason like cardiac arrest or cardiopulmonary arrest. You have to have a reason that that arrest occurred.
Okay.
So it's on the death certificate that they ask us to do that.
Okay. Sir, I showed you a document previously that was entitled Progress Note. It's now labeled States Exhibit 10D. Did you review this document?
Yes.
Okay. This appears to be written by someone other than you, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us what this says and what it means?
This appears to be a note by the bedside nurse, just explaining the progress of the patient since they came into the emergency room, since they came into the ICU from the emergency room.
Okay. And it says that patient lost pulse 5 times and ROSC each time. What does that mean?
Return of spontaneous circulation.
Okay. And then the patient was intubated, and there was a right chest tube that we just talked about. And I assume that that tension pneumo is what we discussed before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Upon arrival at ICU, patient was externally paced. What does that mean?
That means that there was a device placed on her chest to help her heart beat at the correct rate because her own pacemaker, her natural pacemaker, was not working.
Okay, what does that device look like?
It looks like electrodes that are placed on the person's chest.
Okay.
Just like 2 sticky electrodes that are placed.
All right. And then there's a note about the family deciding to withdraw care, correct?
That's what he wrote, yes.
Okay. And that the patient was medicated with 600 micrograms of fentanyl, 4 milligrams of Versed, and extubated, correct?
I see that, yes.
Okay. It also says that both you and Dr. Husel were bedside. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does this progress note appear in the electronic medical record?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Were you at the ICU bedside with Ms. Austin?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What had occurred prior to your arrival at the bedside?
She had already been palliatively extubated. She had already been extubated. The tube was already taken out of her mouth.
Okay. And so what decisions were made before you got there?
Other than the decision that she would be on my service as the attending, all of the other decisions were made.
Okay. And when you say they were made, who were they made by?
The ER provider and Dr. Husel.
Okay. Did you observe the administration of the fentanyl and Versed?
I did not.
Did you ever review the MAR in this case prior to preparing the discharge summary?
I did not. That's not my usual custom to do.
Okay. Did you review the MAR or the medication administration record in this case prior to testifying today?
Yes, as part of her medical record.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been labeled States Exhibit 18J. that appear to be, Dr. Brady?
That appears to be a copy of the death certificate.
Okay. I'm going to place the top part on the projector. Who does this appear to be for?
Mrs. Bonnie Jean Austin.
Okay. Is that lady the individual we've been discussing here in the medical records?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Now I've got it down to the cause of death section. What did you list as cause of death for Ms. Austin?
Lead tension pneumothorax that was likely due to a complication of her chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Okay. And there's a signature here above where it says Thomas Francis Brady. Is that your signature?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, is there also noted the date that you prepared this?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, at any time during her hospitalization or prior to preparation of the discharge summary, were you aware of the amount of drug that she was provided at the point of extubation?
No, I was not aware.
Okay, thank you.
Cross, Mr. Bias?
Yes, sir. Do you want this stuff? Part of it. Please support. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
You're Tom Brady.
Correct.
Must be pretty easy to get a dinner reservation.
It's very disappointing, but I disappoint people on a regular basis. So.
I hear you. Sir, the Miss Austin was a very sick woman, correct?
I would agree.
And when she arrived at the hospital, essentially her heart had already stopped, correct?
She had had a cardiac arrest prior to the hospitalization, yes, sir.
And her pulse, of course, she had no pulse?
I think by the time she arrived at the hospital, it had returned.
Okay. So at one point, she was legally dead. I heard you say?
I think at several points.
Not the record.
It is in the record.
Were you to relax? Let me rule.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll sustain. Let's rephrase.
Sir, while she was at, well, when you see this in your experience, sir, and someone's heart stops, the chances or the likelihood that it's going to stop again there's a pretty good chance that that's going to happen again, correct?
Object. He is not being offered as an expert in this matter.
Okay, he's within his experience. I'm staying consistent. You may answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. In your experience as a doctor, as an attending physician, when you see a patient come in that their heart has stopped, odds are pretty good that it may stop again, right?
The question was likely to stop again.
No, please note my objection.
Okay, I got it.
May I answer, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay. It depends on the patient.
Okay. And in this patient, her heart stopped on 5 different occasions while at Mount Carmel, correct?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And she was essentially actively dying, was she not?
I can't say that because, I'm sorry, could you ask me that question again?
She was essentially actively dying, correct?
Based on?
No, he's asking, and you're as attending physician, was she dying?
So the terminology actively dying is one that we reserve for when someone is near the end of their life, near death. She had been resuscitated several times. So during that, you would not use the term actively dying. There were attempts to resuscitate. She was actively dying once she was extubated.
Okay. Now, in going back to your discharge summary, actually, I want to take you to your history and physical, and this is Joint Exhibit 10, page 10 and 15. So do you see Miss Austin's name there?
Yes, sir.
And this is your name here as the attending?
Yes, sir.
And it says history and physical there?
Yes, sir.
And apparently the entry, that's your name?
Yes, sir.
And the date of the entry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in here, you note that you had, I guess, examined her after her it's late in the day for me. The endotracheal tube was removed?
Yes, endotracheal, yes, sir.
Close enough, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was part of the de-escalation of comfort measures. You note here that she was having agonal respirations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does that mean?
Agonal respirations is a term that we use when someone is having intermittent gasping respirations. It's a normal part of the dying process. It does not indicate that they are in agony. It's a way that I can communicate to another healthcare professional that what this patient's breathing looked like. So agonal respirations would indicate intermittent, slow, gasping breaths.
And to a family member, based on your experience, this is quite a frightening sight to see, correct?
Object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
This is not a pleasant sight. Wouldn't you agree?
Object.
That one I'll permit.
It depends on the patient's family's perception of their suffering. So some families will, the first thing you would ask is, is this person comfortable? Does your mom or your dad or your brother, do they appear comfortable? And some people, it is very difficult to see. For some people, it may be better than what they were seeing earlier. It just all depends on their presence at bedside.
And when a doctor is engaged in comfort measures, one of the things that they try to preclude from happening are these agonal respirations, correct?
Object.
I'll permit it.
Generalizing.
I understand. I permit it.
Can you clarify prevent?
You don't want the patient to have to endure or engage in agonal breathing, correct?
I think it's a little bit more complex than that. We will try to explain to families, this is what the dying process looks like, this is what to expect. They may have these problems. If you think they're uncomfortable, let us know and let your nurse know immediately. So yes, we try to prevent discomfort, but once again, agonal respirations does not always equal discomfort.
But it can.
It can, yes, sir.
Okay. So, and then your next note is, and had no, I'm not even going to attempt that one.
Auscultated?
Auscultated heart tones. That basically means you couldn't hear a heartbeat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, from what you're seeing at this point, her heart stopped before she stopped breathing.
You can't tell that from auscultating. So someone's heart can be very weak, and I could not be able to hear the normal lub-dub of the heart that you hear, the heartbeat. It would indicate her heart was very weak and her pulse was very thready. So I couldn't tell you by listening to someone's heart, the whole clinical picture. There could have been some circulation occurring at that time.
But you can't say that her heart was beating at that point in time, can you?
You can't say it wasn't either.
That's not my question. You can't say.
Object, Your Honor. He's answered.
Okay, sustained. Next question.
Sir, at this point in time with Ms. Bonnie Austin's care, could you hear a heartbeat?
He's answered that already.
I would ask for a little leeway, Judge, because of the entire explaining away. I will withdraw the question. Is there anything that's not accurate about she was having agonal respirations and no oscillated heart tones?
There is not.
Okay, so you didn't make any misrepresentations there, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you testified, sir, under direct examination that you did not know what Dr. Husel had ordered, what medications he had ordered for Miss Austin prior to the extubation. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware, as a attending physician, it's your duty to write an accurate discharge summary?
It is my duty to write a complete discharge summary that would summarize the patient's hospitalization.
So accuracy is not an important factor for you?
That's not what I said.
Well, my question was about accuracy. So if you can answer my question, as it relates to the accuracy, is that important for you when doing a discharge summary?
As accurate as possible, yes.
And part of that, part of your duty in addition to that is being thorough, is it not?
Part of my duty as a physician in general is being thorough, like all physicians, yes.
Specifically as it relates to the discharge summary, part of your job is to be thorough as well, correct?
I would disagree.
So you don't have to be thorough?
It's a summary. So the discharge summary is a summary of events. Being thorough could make a discharge summary not be a summary. It could be, you could send the entire medical record to a doctor's office if you're concerned about being entirely thorough in a summary. But the point of the discharge summary is to summarize what happened, not to give a play-by-play account of what happened.
You don't have an actual independent recollection of what in fact you reviewed to write this discharge summary, correct? Basing it just on the records?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned in your testimony to this jury, it's what I wrote is what I wrote, and that's as much as I can remember. Is that a fair way of summarizing it?
I would say that's fair.
Okay. And in addition to that, if there is something that's written, you would testify to this jury that's accurate, right?
It depends on what we're talking about.
So because something that you would put down in a discharge summary that's not accurate?
Yeah, that happens in the medical record all the time, that somebody could accidentally put an inaccurate thing in there.
Okay.
So, like sometimes if you're dictating and you say 50, it could say 15 years old, and that could go into the medical record. And if you don't have a chance to review it before someone else sees it, then that can happen.
So, sir, fair to say you reviewed these documents thoroughly before coming to testify, right?
I reviewed them, yeah.
You knew you were going to come and testify in a murder case, right?
I did know that, yes.
Counsel, stop. You know better than that. Let's re-ask the proper question.
I thought that was a proper question, Judge. I apologize.
No, you know.
Again, I apologize if it was improper. Now, sir, in light of this, you were shown, well, let me ask you this. On page 5 of Joint Exhibit 10, page 10 to 15, you indicate that a decision to withdraw care has been made by the family at bedside. They state, quote, "She would not want to live like this." And then you put end quote. You would only put that if in fact someone made that statement, correct?
I did not write that.
Okay. You got that from a colleague?
The physician assistant who signed that note right below there wrote that. And then my job is to go through review, and then my addendum is at the beginning of the history and physical for my colleagues to review to make sure that they know that I reviewed that. So that quote would have been something that was said to a different provider.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
Yeah.
Now, on the first page of this document, you state that this is patient was seen and examined independently by Alverna Hesberg, PA. That's the physician assistant you're referring to?
Yeah, I was seen and examined independently of her, so I saw and examined the patient without her.
Okay, and then you put exam and history confirmed, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and you agree with the current plan as modified?
Correct.
Okay, so basically you looked at what she looked at and you agree with it and you confirmed it, right?
Correct.
So in here, she states that she reviewed the notes, labs, course to date, correct?
That's what it says.
And you just testified that you reviewed it as well and agreed with it, right?
Yes.
So now I'd like to show you the note that the prosecutor showed you a moment ago. And that is State's Exhibit 10D. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And this is a note, a progress note from a nurse?
It is.
And in there, it states that the patient was given 600 micrograms of fentanyl and 4 milligrams of Versed for comfort care. Do you see that, sir?
I see that.
Now, sir, you're aware that Dr. Husel sits here today because he gave 600 micrograms of fentanyl to this patient, correct?
Since then.
Okay, I'll permit that question. Let's see where he goes with it.
Sir, you have not been charged with murder, have you?
Okay, relevance.
You were present at bedside and you reviewed these notes?
Object. It's not.
Go ahead with that, with the witness.
Okay, well, as to your first question, I'll sustain. The second question you can answer, even though it's returned.
Sir, have you been named in the lawsuit that Bonnie Austin's family has brought forward?
Let's go sidebar on all this. Ladies and gentlemen, I hear you guys in the back row have that plastic glass that's going to stay, guys, between you. to you here momentarily.
Okay. All rise.
No, we're good back here. Doctor, you're on break for 10 seconds. You can't discuss your testimony with anybody. We'll be right back with you, okay?
So you sit here or go out?
You can go on out and relax. Counsel, back up sidebar.
Brady, how many people were present in the room during Miss Austin's extubation?
I don't know. I wasn't there for her extubation.
Subsequently, you arrived.
I know that I think her family was present, and the nurse was present, and I think Dr. Husel was in the vicinity as well.
Okay.
And Miss Austin.
What about the chaplain?
I can't remember for sure. I know the chaplains are involved, and so I would have to say the chaplain was probably in the ICU at the time because of this being such a traumatic thing.
Okay, and you can't say that Dr. Husel was not present, correct?
Correct.
You just don't remember?
I don't remember.
And as it relates to these records, your discharge summary, your history and physical, you don't have any independent memory of what you actually looked at or the process of when you actually completed these documents, correct?
I could say what I usually do.
I'm talking about specifically on this discharge summary, this history.
If you have an independent memory of this situation.
Yeah, no, my memory is, I don't have a photographic memory. I'd have to review the records. I don't.
And you don't have any reason to doubt its accuracy in any way, shape, or form?
I don't know. I haven't reviewed the entirety of the record, so I can't say that I have no reason to doubt the accuracy because I didn't go over it with a fine-tooth comb. There could be things that I didn't review sprinkled in there that I don't know.
I want to try and get a direct and simplified answer for you, so I'll ask it this way. The records that you've been shown here today, which include Joint Exhibit 10, page 10 through 15, as well as Joint Exhibit 10, page 91. You have no reason to doubt the accuracy of those records, correct?
I have not been given a reason to doubt the accuracy of those records.
I have no further questions. Just one last question. So the documents will just speak for themselves, right?
Well, no, that's not the intention of the documents.
The documents can speak for themselves, what's in it, right?
Once again, that's not the intention of the documents.
I didn't ask you for its intention. The document is what it is.
Okay,
You don't have any reason to...
Do you have a question here instead of an argument?
Yes. The documents are what they are, and you have no reason to doubt their accuracy. That's my question. Correct?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge.
You're withdrawing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Brady, is it your typical practice to review the entire medications administered record prior to writing a discharge summary?
Not when the outcome was not abnormal. So I would not review the entirety of the MAR when the patient is discharged in a manner that I would think was consistent with their hospitalization.
And was that the case in this case?
Yes, I didn't.
Objection, Judge. She's testified he has no memory of it.
He's testifying as to his practice, Your Honor.
You kind of made a statement that is this the case. Let's ask a question.
Okay. You want me to rephrase?
Rephrase.
In this particular case, to the best of your recollection, would you find a outcome in this matter to be unusual?
No.
Thank you. That's all.
Your excuse, doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brady.
Because of what I did earlier, we're done for the day. Okay, now, I know what's going on in your head. How long is this going to take? We have any representations or promises, but we're trying real hard to stay on our timeline. Okay? Okay, and with that, go David.
All rise.
Oh, David. Have a great evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning. We're going to get started promptly. We're going to drive hard all day. Have a good evening, guys. Be safe. Ms. Grubb, anything for the record?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for your understanding. We'll be back early tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, when I was cross-examining Dr. Eli, I was going through his report and I was using my computer. Do you remember that? And I was trying to find a search term and you said that was not okay. I wanted some permission, or rather, I'm asking for permission that the two witnesses tomorrow, I intend to, during my line of questioning, there are 1,600-page documents, and I want to do a line of questioning with respect to how many times the name comes up in the 1,600-page document, and I would like permission to not have to print the 1,600 pages and do it on my laptop.
Okay, can you do it ahead of time?
No, because I don't, if I want to show the juror, the witness, when they deny something, it's for impeachment purposes.
I understand that.
Okay.
I didn't, you're asking to culminate something, so you're going to need to do a word search for each.
No, it would just be pulling up a document on my laptop for impeachment purposes, typing in the name, and it will show the number of hits within the document.
The entire 300,000 pages?
1,600 pages.
1,600.
Yeah, I would prefer not to have to print it out. Because if the court says no, then I'm going to have to go old school and print out 1,600 pages and highlight every time their name appears.
No. I don't have a problem dealing with the things you're doing, okay? We need to make some record exactly what you did and all that other stuff that should be done outside the presence of the jury. So when you do this, just preserve it. Okay, I'm not going to label your computer as an exhibit, then you would exhibit.
Sure. I could, the
An
16...
example would be, I am searching the 1,600 pages for the name, let's say Smith.
Yep.
Okay, there are 450 hits.
Right.
Okay? I don't expect you to print each one of those hits. Okay? If you go after one of the hits, you reference the page number inside the exhibit. And that's it. That way you preserve where you're going to in the documents for impeachment purposes, and we are able to transcribe it there and not have to put your computer into issue.
I could also put the 1,600 plus documents on a zip drive and mark them as an exhibit.
You can do that too.
I just don't know. I can.
But you run into the same issue of where you at in that exhibit. You're impeaching them on specific behavior.
That's right.
Okay? Where in the document. So when you figure out what all your hits are, that's fine. That's a logistics issue. You got the underlying document. What I'm saying is drawing your attention, you're going to show them the document on the field, I assume.
Yes.
Page. Just refer to the page as part of that exhibit number. So it's page 477 of the exhibit. You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying. My impeachment based on behavior would be more than, it would surprise you to know that within this report, your name appears 306 times, or on 306 pages.
Yeah, and I don't have a particular problem with that.
Okay.
Because you would have had the exhibit in there, it can be checked.
Right. I just want
want some latitude on it because you stopped me from that line of questioning on the expert, and I want to not be stopped with the court's permission because I really don't want to have to print out 1,600 pages.
I don't think we want you to print out 1,600 pages. Just, I don't mind you using the zip drive. I don't mind you using your computer. Just when you do, when you focus, what's the page number inside that document? Okay. Reference point for her. Okay. You would have it right there in front of you anyway.
Yeah.
Anything else? Page number inside that document. Okay. Reference point for her. Okay. You would have it right there in front of you anyway.
Yeah.
Anything else for the record?
Nothing to say.
No, Your Honor, nothing for us.
Okay, guys, you saw me fall with them now. That's going to eventually lose steam.
then is that we have been asked not to communicate directly with the state's witnesses. So whenever we wanted to interview Agent Sheldell or any other people, we had to go through the state to set that up, and they had to be present. So we can't just call Jason Sheldell and talk to him about a new court date and make sure that that's okay. The state also had talked with them about these prior court dates to make sure that those court dates were okay with them, and had let the court know that the witnesses were available. When the court set these dates, March 8th and 9th, there are 5 witnesses that we had previously subpoenaed are known to be the witnesses that we want to call. At that time, there was no statement or anything that Mr. Sheldell, Agent Sheldell, would be unavailable for these hearing dates today and tomorrow. And so when we reminded him of the hearing dates, Ms. Hart responded, and Agent Sheldell has never responded to us, but Ms. Hart responded that she had talked with Agent Sheldell some time ago and knew that he was in training during this week. We were not made aware of that. And all of our communications, again, have to go through the district attorney's office. We're not able to just contact the GBI agent per the state's wishes, for their wishes on their witnesses. So they control those witnesses. And so we just found out yesterday that Agent Sheldell is apparently on leave or doing something this week, some type of training. The state apparently knew about that some time ago. I don't know when, but we were just made aware of it. We need Agent Sheldell for that motion. So we're perfect.
Which motion?
The Giglio motion, Judge. Motion to reveal the deal. He was one of the 5 people that was present during that meeting, and so we need his testimony on that. We have no problem taking his testimony at a later time. We would just ask that the court reserve any ruling on that and allow us to take his testimony.
So, it sounds to me like your position is he is illegally defying his subpoena.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
We just want his testimony. So, if we're not asking for him to be attached, we're just asking for the court to not rule until he testifies.
Okay.
And so we've got the other witnesses, so I think we have no problem continuing with the 4 witnesses that we have and then leaving it open for Agent Sheldell to testify. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hart.
Judge, we don't object to Agent Sheldell testifying at another time. However, I would like to address some of the statements made by defense counsel. The state has never requested that defense counsel not communicate with the witnesses directly. Many of the witnesses themselves have requested or have indicated that they would only be interviewed as to the content of their testimony without us present. But in fact, there has been communication between Ms. Merchant and Agent Sheldell throughout the course of this trial. We know that she has his cell phone number. They have communicated via text messages. And on top of that, they have his email, which is how they sent him a subpoena yesterday. Agent Sheldell is not trying to refuse to testify, but after the case was continued last time, he was never made aware that he was needed today until yesterday.
Her position is you should have done that.
Exactly, and I absolutely disagree with that. And of course, I will go into why I will let the court know that I don't believe it's my job to do their job, unless you'd like me to. But the point is, Judge, that we didn't intend to call him. It's our position he, in fact, wasn't there when the meeting occurred that they allege created this deal. We obviously disagree a deal was there. But Agent Sheldell was not in the room. He's previously testified to that at least twice during the Bo Dukes trial and the pretrial hearings. That being said, he's perfectly fine to testify, but he has to be told if he's supposed to be in court. The first time he knew that he was allegedly supposed to be in court today was yesterday at 2:30. I received an email from defense counsel that Agent Sheldell was under subpoena. And so I called him and said, they're saying you've been subpoenaed. I need to, what is going on with this? Simply because I wanted to make sure that if he was supposed to be there, there wasn't a confusion that we had caused on my end. And he indicated to me that he had not received any new subpoena or any new communication since it was continued. So all that to say, Judge, I would still stand on my place. It is not my job to get their witnesses ready. But beyond that, the whole point is Agent Sheldell is willing to testify, but he was never notified until 2:30 yesterday that anyone even wanted him here today. And so if we can set that up, I did, after all of this happened, I did speak with him about what his availability might be for the rest of the week. As Your Honor knows, we only have a few weeks to get this done because of some leave that I have coming up. But that being said...
Yeah, when is that? That's in April, isn't it?
It starts the end of March, so I'm gone.
Well, what are those dates? I knew you had a leave, but I just don't...
It starts March 27th and extends through April... I think it's through April 12th.
Okay.
That being said, I've had that leave It's actually a vacation I've continued twice because of this trial. And so I've had that some time, and we've known that since we scheduled this meeting. So.
Okay. Anything further on this issue, Ms. Merchant?
No.
Well, I think it is academic, and we'll make every effort to reschedule Agent Shadell's testimony. I do not believe he is in contempt for failing to appear today. So if that ever comes up, that's my ruling in that regard. There's another thing. Go ahead.
Thank you. We're not asking.
All right. There's another thing here that I was concerned. I got this last night from, I think it was Ms. Merchant. Was it you? Best regards, John, your husband. And there was an issue brought up in this communication about Agent Shadell, but also that says, it says also, Judge, it appears that the notice of this hearing was not published, so it has not been made public. Perhaps that's changed in the last few hours, but the public and press have a right to notice of this hearing so it doesn't occur in the shadows of our justice system. I don't understand that.
I believe the notice was sent maybe this week or Friday. I'm not really sure. I think the notice was just sent out. Today is Tuesday, maybe yesterday or Friday, but the press.
I sent out this order for pretrial hearings on February the 9th. I don't know what notice is supposed to be sent to the public and the press. Is there some objection that this hearing is?
There's not, Judge.
Well, do you know what do you mean by this? What is
well, the press isn't here, so apparently they have gotten notice whether it be late or not, but I believe it is published now.
What does that mean is my question.
Publicly available so that the public can search for it and find it.
In the clerk's office?
Yes.
This was filed back in February.
I see the order.
Yeah, I mean, what is he talking about?
We weren't given a copy of this. We actually, Ms. She just sent it to us, so we didn't know about this being.
Okay, but you don't have any objection to this being some illegally scheduled hearing today?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right, let's just proceed then with the state's motions first. Are y'all prepared to go forward with that?
Judge, we are prepared for that. However, I was going to bring to the court's attention, the only hearing in which we have witnesses here would be the motion to compel hearing, and I didn't know if the court wanted to accommodate those witnesses, if that's the defense's motion.
I mean, that's fine. If that would accommodate those witnesses, sure. Are y'all ready to proceed with that? Mr. Gibbs, are you handling that one, or Ms. Merchant?
Is it motion to compel Mr. McCullough? I'm sorry, witness McCullough.
This is out in Texas? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, I'm handling that.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm fine to handle that now, Judge. Actually, I don't think that has much to do with us. But the motion to compel under the Giglio ruling, what they believe was a deal. There are witnesses here on that case. And I know at least one of those witnesses does have a matter he would like to get to this afternoon if possible.
That'll be fine. Does that suit you to proceed on that one at this time, Ms. Merchant?
Definitely, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Who are your witnesses, Ms. Merchant?
Judge, we have Paul Bowden.
Mr. Bowden,
Bo
okay.
Dukes,
Mr. Dukes.
John Fox.
All right, is he set for today at 1:30 or tomorrow at 1:30?
Today.
That's what I thought.
He had another.
Ms. Forshee. Okay, today at 1:30? Right, okay, thanks. We're under the belief it was tomorrow, but anyway. Dukes, Fox, and he's available at 1:30, Mr.
He's
Fox.
He's available this afternoon. That's what he told me last night.
And okay, great. And Ms. Schwalz.
Ms. Schwalz.
Those are the four that are here today.
Yes, and Ms. Schwalz is going to be present at 11, I believe.
She's right there.
Never mind. Ms. Schwalz is here.
All right.
Wonderful.
You want to invoke the rule of sequestration, I'm assuming?
Yes, please.
All right. Yeah.
Yes, we were just
Y'all do too?
And
okay.
Whichever witness the state said had other obligations this afternoon, we're happy to call first. I don't know who that was.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Dukes is out of the presence of the jury. Who do you want to call first?
It's their witness, but Mr. Bowden is the witness who has something he'd like to get to this afternoon.
All right. Ms. Schwalz, if you'll step out until you're called to give your testimony and be reminded of the rule of sequestration, please. Yes. All right. Mr. Bowden, sounds like you're first up this morning. You solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you so much. Please be seated. If you'll give your attention to Ms. Merchant.
Good morning, Mr. Bowden.
Good morning.
Judge, where would you like me to stand for questioning? Here or
Wherever you're comfortable, you're welcome to use the podium and stand wherever you'd like.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Mr. Bowden, how do you know Bo Dukes?
How did I know Bo Dukes?
Yes.
He was involved in the disappearance of Tara Grinstead.
But how did you know him first? When did you first come to meet him?
I knew his family. They live in Irwin County. I have run across him through them occasionally years ago.
Okay, so you had a chance, before the Tara Grinstead case, you had a chance to know Mr. Dukes.
I knew who he was.
You knew who he was. Had you ever personally met him?
Judge, I apologize. I just want to say, Mr. Bowden has not been sworn.
Yes, I have.
I apologize. I asked other people and they said he wasn't either, so I apologize. Never mind.
Thank you.
I may have been introduced to him once years ago. I don't know. If I were to meet him on the street back before all of this case, his involvement in this case came up, I would not have recognized him.
Okay. Did he ever come to your house for any reason?
No.
Did you ever attend any social events with him?
No.
When you went to interview him in this case, tell me how
I did not go to interview him.
When you went to meet with him.
Okay.
In person. You met with him in person, correct?
I went to meet with Mr. Fox, but he was there.
Okay. Tell me how that came about.
Agent Shadell had gotten information relative to the Grinstead case that he felt was a valid lead. He had information from, I believe, from Bo Dukes' girlfriend, of some information that Bo Dukes had told her, and Bo Dukes had agreed to be interviewed by Agent Shadell. He was going to be accompanied by Mr. Fox, who was his attorney, and Shadell requested that I be there because John Fox was going to be there.
Okay. And what were you told about this meeting? What was going to be discussed?
I was told that he was supposed to meet and give us an interview.
Give you an interview about Grinstead case?
Yes.
Okay. And had Agent Shadell talked with Mr. Dukes prior to this meeting?
I don't think so.
Did he tell you anything that he anticipated Mr. Dukes would be talking about?
I'm sorry, what?
Did Agent Shadell tell you anything that he anticipated Mr. Dukes would be talking about at this meeting?
He outlined for me what the girlfriend had told him that Dukes had said.
Okay. When you went to meet with Mr. Dukes, who all was present?
Myself, Assistant District Attorney Kim Swalls from my office, District Attorney Brad Rigby from the Cordell Circuit, John Fox, who was Mr. Dukes' attorney, and Bo Dukes. Agent Shadell was also in the building.
He was in the building, but not in the room.
That's correct.
Was he asked to step out?
No, he excused himself.
He voluntarily excused himself. No one asked him to?
That's my recollection, yes.
Did you, so you did not ask him to step out?
No.
Tell me how the meeting started. Walk me through the meeting.
Well, we just introductions of who everybody was, kind of had a lull, and I looked at Bo Dukes and I said, I guess you know why we're here, that your girlfriend has relayed to GBI certain things that she says you told her about Tara Grinstead, and that you're here to give us a statement. Is that true? Are you here to be interviewed by GBI? He said yes, that he was agreed to be interviewed, wanted to cooperate. And so at that point, I told him, well, if he was going to cooperate, it was important that he tell us the truth about everything and every person involved, whoever that may be. At that point, we had no name. We did not know your client's name and did not know who might be involved and what their involvement was. I told him that if he fully disclosed and truthfully disclosed, and that he was not involved in the murder, then he could put himself in a position that we may be able to help him somewhere down the road.
That you may be able to help him. I'm sorry, the air kicked in.
Yes.
Help him down the road?
Yes.
Okay. So the agreement specifically was that you could potentially help him down the road if he fully and truthfully disclosed and was not involved in the murder?
It wasn't an agreement. It was an explanation to get him to tell us the truth, to provide us the full truth, and if he did, he could help himself.
So you agreed to help him if he gave you a full statement?
No, I did not.
So you did not agree to help him?
No. I told him that he could put himself in the position that we could help him, if that ever developed.
And by putting himself in a position to help himself, can he give himself a deal?
No.
Can he give himself immunity?
No.
So he would need the state's involvement in order to get immunity or some type of a deal?
Well, yes, he wanted a recommendation from us for whatever his charges may be. We did not know what his involvement was.
Right.
Didn't know till some days later, really. And a part of what I told him is not only do you have to tell us the truth, but we have to be able to verify it. That is, in fact, true.
Okay. Did you tell him how you would go about verifying?
I did not.
Did you talk to Mr. Fox about Mr. Duke's testimony and whether or not, if Mr. Dukes was actually needed to testify, that he would have an immunity order to protect him?
As we were getting ready to leave, Mr. Fox asked that if we decided to put Bo Dukes in a grand jury, would I agree to get him a use immunity order, which I told him that I would. I always do that.
You told him you would?
Yes.
So you would agree to an immunity if you put Bo in front of a grand jury?
I would have done that without him asking, but yes.
Do you remember telling Mr. Dukes that you expected him to be honest?
I did.
And not to minimize his involvement?
I did.
Okay. And to tell law enforcement everything that he knew?
That's correct.
Do you remember telling him to be transparent about Ryan's role and that you wanted him to relay the names of everyone he knew?
No, I didn't tell him to be transparent about Ryan's role. I didn't know the existence of Ryan Duke. I told him to be transparent about whoever was involved, because I knew, at least from what he had told his girlfriend, he was contending that he had no involvement in the actual murder himself. And he had not disclosed to her, and we did not know of Ryan Duke's existence at that point. We did, when that testimony that you're reading from took place, we knew, of course, of Ryan Duke.
Okay. You asked him to be transparent and participate fully and cooperate in the forensics investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when, in exchange for that in exchange for that transparency, you told Mr. Dukes that you would be in a position to help him?
I told him that he would put us in a position to help him, yes.
Okay. And was it immediately after this conversation that you had with him that he implicated Ryan in the death?
He never implicated Ryan in my presence.
He never implicated Ryan in your presence?
Or anyone else.
After this meeting that you all had, where you talked about this being in a position to help himself, was it after that that he spoke with Agent Sheldell and implicated Ryan Duke?
Well, I wasn't there, but yes.
I'm sorry?
I was not present for that interview, but yes, that happened.
Okay, so it's your understanding that immediately following your meeting, you left, Agent Sheldell came in. And so Agent Sheldell wasn't there for when you were talking about being in this position to help him.
That's correct.
You leave. Right after that, Agent Sheldell comes in the same room, and that's when Bo explained that Ryan was involved.
I don't know.
Leading the witness.
Judge, I would ask for permission to lead the witness. I think that we probably have a right under this, since it's a giglio motion, and we've had previous statements in court that are contrary to what's being testified here today. I think the lead prosecutor on a case where I'm the defense lawyer would classify as someone that I'm able to lead.
You get the last one.
Judge, he's done nothing to show himself to be contrary to the testimony, and I would obviously object to that idea that he's testified to anything here he hadn't previously testified to.
Well, I think under that scenario, you'd be authorized to lead him. If you can call his attention to a prior occasion, he's made a statement inconsistent with what he's making here. After that, I sustain the objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll rephrase it. How soon after you left the meeting with Bo Dukes did Agent Sheldell enter the meeting?
I have no idea.
in your investigation of the case, did you review the interview that Bo Dukes gave to Agent Sheldell?
I reviewed at least one that was given 2 days later.
Okay.
I'm sure I probably looked at the one that took place on that Sunday, but I don't remember details.
You were the lead prosecutor on this case for many years, correct?
For a while, yes.
Okay. And so what were your duties as a lead prosecutor? Would they include reviewing the entire case file?
I did.
Okay. When we were in court on this motion previously, do you remember being present there?
I don't remember being in court with you on this motion previously.
You do not remember that? On November 28th, 2018, when we had our motions hearing, do you remember being present in court on that date?
I don't remember the date. I remember some motion hearings about that time.
And one of those motions was the motion to reveal the deal?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And at that point, you and Ms. Hart, you and Mr. Rigby were all at the table together. Do you remember that?
I'm sure that's probably correct.
And the state announced that as of today's date, there is no deal with any witness in this case that would need to be disclosed under the rules. At this point, there are no deals that have been made. And the court asked if the state acknowledged the requirement to reveal such deals. The state responded yes. The court inquired, none exist now. The state responded, yes, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your position that at that time there were no deals with Mr. Dukes to secure his testimony against Ryan?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it your position that...
Can you share with me that page number?
Oh, yes, of course, Judge. It's page 4 at the November 28th, 2018 motions transcript.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I'm so sorry I didn't do that. I should have done that. Since the day that you met with Bo on that Sunday, have you met with him again?
No.
Have you met with Mr. Fox about any deals for Bo to testify? Has anyone from your office interviewed Bo Dukes, to your knowledge, while you were prosecuting the case, interviewed Bo Dukes to get him to testify in this case?
No.
Did he ever have immunity to testify in front of the grand jury?
No.
Was his statement that he gave to Agent Sheldell used instead of his actual testimony?
Used in...
His statement implicating Ryan Duke.
Used in what manner?
Used in order to gain an indictment.
I don't know. I don't recall. I know that Ryan Duke's confession was used. The finding of the physical evidence was used. I'm sure that Sheldell probably testified in summary of what Bo Dukes had told him. Okay. As far as playing the statement, I don't think so.
Okay. Just have one moment, Judge.
Sure.
Thanks.
Examination, Ms. Hart?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, she's been waiting a long time for this.
Mr. Bowden, how long were you district attorney of the Tipton Judicial Circuit?
28 years.
And prior to being district attorney of the Tipton Judicial Circuit, in what capacity did you work as a lawyer?
First 2 years out of law school, I was an ADA in the Tipton Circuit. I practiced for a year in Savannah and about 10 years in the Walters firm here in Husel, and then DA.
Now, at the time of the meeting that occurred in Perry, Georgia, with John Fox and Mr. Dukes, tell us again who all was present in that meeting.
Myself, Kim Swalls, District Attorney Brad Rigby, John Fox, and Bo Dukes.
And you knew prior to going into that meeting that Bo Dukes had already indicated that he wished to cooperate with law enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew going into that meeting that Bo Dukes had already indicated that he wished to give a full confession as to his involvement in that death, correct?
He was going to cooperate and give a complete statement.
And in fact, that was the whole purpose of setting up that meeting, was because Bo Dukes wanted to speak with law enforcement.
That's correct.
And the only reason you were present is because Agent Shadell, learning that Mr. Fox was going to be there, asked you to come as well, correct?
That's correct.
At no point during that meeting did John Fox ask you to give Bo Dukes a deal, correct?
That's correct.
At no point during that meeting did John Fox ask you to give Bo Dukes blanket immunity for his crimes, correct?
That's correct.
At no point during that meeting did Bo Dukes ask you to give him any deal, correct?
That's correct.
And at no point during that meeting did Bo Dukes ask you to give him blanket immunity for his crimes in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, Bo Dukes was and has been prosecuted as it relates to this case, correct?
That is correct.
Now, that particular prosecution occurred in the in the Cordele Judicial Circuit.
That is correct.
And because this